Good morning. We are going on the record at 11:33 a.m. on May 17th, 2021. Please note that the microphones are sensitive and may pick up whispering, private conversations, and cellular interference. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is Media Unit 1 of the recorded interview of witness May 17th, 2021. Taken by Special Deputy for the New York Attorney General's Office in the matter of the independent investigation under the New York State Executive Law Section 6.3, parentheses 8, end parentheses. The deposition is being held at remote virtual Zoom located at Albany, New York 12211. My name is Marco Sozio from the firm Veritext, and I am the videographer. The court reporter is William Visconti from the firm Veritext, New York. I am not authorized to administer an oath. Will the court reporter please swear in the witness?
Can you raise your hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth to help you God?
I do.
Okay, well said. And
Okay, Ms. Commisso, can you state your name for the record and your home address?
Sure. My name is Brittany Commisso. I currently live at
Thank you. And thank you for meeting with us again today. As you might remember, my name is Ann Clark. I've been appointed as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General. And I'll allow the other folks to introduce themselves who are here. June?
So how are you? Good to see you again. My name is June Kim. I'm with the law firm of Cleary Gottlieb, but also one of the lawyers appointed as a special deputy to the first Deputy Attorney General to conduct the independent investigation into allegations of sexual harassment by the governor. So good to see you again. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Ezra?
Yeah, thank you for joining us today, Brittany. My name is Ezra Sukor, and I'm from Ann's firm, Vladeck, Raskin and Clark, and I am another of the attorneys who was appointed to assist with this investigation.
And feel free to call me Ann. So the New York Attorney General has appointed my firm, Vladeck, Raskin and Clark, and the other law firm, Cleary Gottlieb, Steen and Hamilton, to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law Section 63.8 into allegations of sexual harassment brought against Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as the surrounding circumstances. And you are here today pursuant to subpoena issued in connection with this investigation. First, I want to note that, as you I think are aware, that today's proceeding is being video recorded. You have just been sworn in. You are testifying today under oath, and that means you must testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court of law sitting before a judge and jury. And your testimony is subject to a penalty of perjury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
At the end of today, if you want to make any sworn statement of something that we didn't cover that you want to put on the record, you feel free to do so, and I'll remind you at the end about that.
Okay.
We also want to advise you that although our investigation is a civil investigation, that the Attorney General's office also has criminal enforcement powers. So you do have the right to refuse to answer a question if it would incriminate you. However, if you refuse to answer a question, it could have implications in any civil, not in criminal proceedings. You are appearing today with your attorney. You can consult with your attorney on matters of whether there's a privilege at issue, but otherwise your attorney cannot make objections or interfere with the questioning.
Okay.
As you can see from the array of people, we have a court reporter present with us, in addition to the videographer. And he needs to take down both my questions and your answers to create a transcript. In order to have a clean record, you need to give a verbal response. So if you gesture or say, that doesn't get captured very easily by the person taking down our words. The other thing is, it is very important. I will do my best. It's harder with Zoom. I will try to make sure you are finished answering before I start asking my next question. And I'll ask you to try to wait till I finish talking before you answer, or it makes the court reporter's life a little difficult. If you don't understand a question, let me know and I'll try to rephrase it in a way that makes sense. Do you understand all that so far?
Yes.
You are not going to be permitted to view a transcript of this testimony. However, if at any time you want to clarify something that we discussed earlier, just let me know and say you want to correct something or you want to add something to a prior answer. That's perfectly fine. There'll be times I will be asking you about specific information such as names and dates. If you don't remember exactly, you can let me know to the best of your ability. For a date, if you know it was sometime in March, or a person's name, you remember their first name but not their last name. As much information as you can provide will be helpful. We will take breaks throughout the day. If you need a break at any point, let me know. We can certainly take a break. We just want you to answer whatever question is pending before we take the break. So I want to confirm that you and your attorney are the only ones in the room right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we want to confirm that you and your lawyer are not using any technology to create your own recording of this proceeding, including any screen capturing tools. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we want to confirm that neither you nor your lawyer are allowing anyone else to listen in, including through phones or other devices. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we want to direct you that neither you nor your lawyer should be communicating during today's testimony with anyone as to what is going on. We also want to advise you that for this testimony, under the executive law, section 63(8), it prohibits you from revealing whatever we are discussing with anyone. So if anyone asks you or your attorney to disclose what are the subjects that we discussed, please let us know, including if they provided any reason why they're asking you these questions. And we can then at that point discuss whether any disclosure is permitted. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you taking any medication or drugs that would make it difficult for you to understand my questions?
No.
Have you had any alcohol today?
No.
Is there any other reason why you wouldn't be able to answer my questions fully and truthfully today?
No.
Have you ever given testimony before in any proceeding?
No.
And other than conversations with your attorney, which I'm not asking you to reveal, did you do anything to prepare for today's testimony?
No.
Did you speak to anyone else about your testimony today other than your attorney?
No.
Now you should have been sent to your lawyer's office a box that has some exhibits in it. Okay. If you could unseal that. May not be easy. Cleary's done a very good job of wrapping these very tightly in other days.
Should I open it?
You can open that, yes. And there should be two binders, and one is for you, and you can give one to your attorney.
Okay.
Great. If I could ask you to turn to the first tab. Yes. And have you seen this document before?
Yes.
And is this the testimony subpoena that you received from our office?
Yes.
And did you read the subpoena?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Oh, this is the subpoena for today.
For today, for your testimony today?
Oh, I apologize. I have not seen this before.
Okay.
No.
Why don't you take a moment to read it then?
Sure. Thank you.
And just to interrupt, every time you refer to your binder and telling her to refer to a tab, I'm marking that an exhibit.
Yeah.
Okay, I figured that. I just wanted to double check.
Okay. I've read through it.
Okay, so you understand that you are testifying here today pursuant to that subpoena, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can set that aside.
Okay.
I just want to ask a little bit about your background. How far did you get in school?
I have received my bachelor's degree in political science from SUNY Albany.
And what year did you get your bachelor's degree?
I got my bachelor's degree in 2011, if I remember correctly.
And why don't you just take us through your employment history between getting your bachelor's degree and when you went to work for the executive chamber?
Sure. I received my bachelor's degree from the State University at Albany. From there, I worked for Albany County until 2017. In December of 2017 is when I began working at the executive chamber for New York State.
And how did you get your first position with the executive chamber?
I was asked by a friend of mine who I went to high school with, who had been working at the executive chamber, if I was ever interested in coming over to work for the state, and in particular the executive chamber. And I had said yes. With my political science degree and my interest in politics, I thought that would be a great opportunity. And I gave her my resume. It's someone that I went to high school with. And she took my resume and said that if anything opened up, that she would definitely put it in. And I would say a few months went by, and she reached out to me and said that there was an opportunity with the executive chamber with the, at the time, his name was, and he was looking for an executive assistant, and if she'd want to put my resume in, and I said, sure. It sounded like a good opportunity. It would have been a little bit of a pay raise for me. And so she put my resume in, and I got called for an interview. I interviewed with, and I got the position. It was offered to me, and I accepted.
What is the name of your high school friend who helped you get that position? And when did you start working in the executive chamber, working for the?
In mid-December of 2017.
And where were you located in that first position? Where was your office?
I was located in room 234, I believe, and that was on the non-secure side of the second floor. State operations. That's where a lot of the state operations folks are.
And how long did you hold the position of being an executive assistant to the?
I was there from December of 2017 until January of 2019.
And during that time, did you do any work for the governor?
No.
And how did your job change in 2019?
In January of 2019, I had made good relationships with the transportation portfolio. We worked with the Department of Motor Vehicles, DOT, the Thruway Authority. I had been helping out a lot in the other state operations teams when they needed help. So I thought that I was doing a good job. I had inquired to the at the time who was if I could be considered for maybe a little bit of a raise due to my efforts. He said, unfortunately, at that time, he didn't believe that that was an option. Then I was speaking to who had expressed that his executive assistant was retiring, and if I would like to be considered. He thought I did a good job. He said that you've always, been a kind and smart and capable person. And I said, sure. So I gave him my resume. And on top of that, I had also received a 100 on the PCO civil service exam. So not only was I able to go over to the Department of Transportation, but I was also able to use my civil service status. And that was a little bit of a pay increase for me. So it was a good opportunity.
What does PCO stand for?
Professional Career Opportunities. It's a test that the state gives to anyone that holds a bachelor's degree or higher. And it instead of taking a state test for one position, it offers an array of options depending on how you score. And I scored a 100.
And before you took that test, was your job a civil service position or?
No, management confidential.
And once you took the civil service test, was your position then with the civil service position, or was it still management confidential or something else?
Civil service.
And how long were you the executive assistant for?
I was there until that June of 2019.
And what happened in June?
Throughout the time that I was working at the Department of Transportation, I had expressed interest to the executive chamber that if anything were to come back up, that to please consider me due to the reasons being I missed the hustle and bustle of the second floor. I enjoyed my time there. The only reason that I left was because I also wanted to try something different, and I also the salary was an increase for me, but to keep me in mind. So I had always left on good terms. They had told me that the door was always open if I wanted to come back, and so they said they would keep me in mind. And I also had expressed that to as well. I would say that working at the Department of Transportation was a good opportunity, but a little less busy. I didn't believe that I was ready for that in that part of my career yet.
And when you worked for, where were you physically located?
I was physically located in the executive suite in a cubicle right outside of his office.
And where was the executive suite?
I don't remember what floor.
Okay.
It's in the Department of Transportation building on Wolf Road.
Okay, so you weren't in the Capitol building?
No.
And who in the executive chamber were you letting know that you remained interested in returning to the executive chamber?
The director of administration, who is Lauren Grasso.
And then what happened in June of 2019 to change your position?
In June of 2019, Lauren had let me know that John Majori, he was at the time the senior advisor to the governor. John's assistant was going over to a new role in the chamber, and that he was looking for someone to come, and preferably someone that had prior experience in the chamber, which I had. And I also had known John from when I had worked there previously, and thought that I could learn a lot from him due to I had worked over at the state operations side, and this was more involved. This was on the secure side. This was working for the senior advisor to the governor, and I felt like it was a good opportunity.
And where did you sit when you went to work for Mr. Majori?
I worked in room 229, which is, as I said, on the secure side of the floor. I would say it's across the hall from the governor's office to the left.
And how long did you work for Mr. Majori?
I worked for Mr. Majori from June 2019 until, I would say, the beginning of the pandemic, so March of 2020.
What were your responsibilities for Mr. Majori?
I was my title was executive assistant to the senior advisor to the governor. My roles and responsibilities were, I did a lot. I answered the phone for him. I would put together his briefing books. I was in charge of his traveling, his calendar, his meetings. I did it all. I mean, I was doing things that I wasn't doing when I worked for.
And you mentioned Miss Grasso. What was her role in the chambers?
Lauren, she still is the director of admin, and prior to that, she was also one of the counsels to the governor.
And what were her areas of responsibility?
As director of administration, she's in charge of hiring. She's in charge of keeping the data. I apologize. I'm not sure all of her roles and responsibilities, but she is in charge of the who's coming in, who's coming out, compensation. She keeps all the spreadsheets of the employment history. She has all of the personnel files. I'm not sure what else she does.
Is there anyone else other than her that has any sort of functions that would, in some organizations, be called human resources?
She does have a deputy, but I wouldn't say she's involved as much into that decision making.
When you worked for Mr. Majori, did you ever do any work for the governor?
When I first started working for Mr. Majori, no. I was strictly working for John.
And at some point, did you start performing work for the governor?
Yes.
When was that?
I would say that was November of 2019.
And prior to the time you started doing work for the governor, had you interacted with him at all or met him?
Yes.
How many times had you met or interacted with the governor prior to November of 2019?
We have something in the chamber called Saturday coverage. That is, there's no one specific that has to do it. It just has to be one of the executive assistants on the second floor. And that just means that somebody has to come into the office every Saturday from 10 until 4. And we have a sign-up sheet with every date on Saturdays. So that just means that you answer the phone and take down any messages or connect the governor if he needs the call connected. I had done that. I would say it was around Easter, was Easter of 2018, when I did my first Saturday in the front office, as they call the governor's office. And I had met him. That was my first meeting of him.
Okay. We'll come back to that. In November 2019, when you started doing some work for the governor, how did that come about?
In November of 2019, the governor's office, which consisted of the governor, Stephanie Benton, who is his top assistant, Stephanie had reached out to John, I believe, asking if any of his people would be willing to help if they needed help, whether it be with dictation, in the office, The governor has assistants in his office already, and they just wanted to see if they could start asking other people to help if they needed help, not to burden the assistants that were already there, because at the time the office was very busy.
And
So John, sorry.
did Mr. Majori speak to you about it, or did you speak to Ms. Benton directly, or what happened?
I'm not sure of their conversation. All I know is that John had expressed to me that there had been some kind of reach out in regards to if some of his people would be able to help if we were asked to. And he said that he didn't have a problem with it, and if we had a problem with it. And I said no. I had always been a team player, and whatever we needed to do, I would make myself available.
And you said was there anyone else on Mr. Majori's team that started helping out with the governor? Who else?
Yes. We also had that was doing, and also was so we had a little group of us, and we all sat in room 229.
And did all four of you then start helping out in the governor's office?
So I would say that and I were asked the first Saturday that I was officially asked to go over and work at the governor's mansion to help him with the state of the state was with. So the two of us went over on a Saturday morning and helped.
And was that in November of 2019, or was that later?
I believe it was November of 2019.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. When Ms. Benton first spoke to Mr. Majori about some of his staff helping out, who were the executive assistants in the governor's Albany office?
So at the time, it would have been, let's see, who was there at the time? It was, and I believe was there. Yes, she was there.
And when you started helping out in the chambers in November 2019, did you know at that point?
Yes.
And how well did you know them at that point?
As a colleague.
And I just want to walk through the rest of your positions before we start talking about some of the details. So you started helping out in the governor's office in November 2019, but you still worked for Mr. Majori, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long did that go on for?
That went on from that moment on.
Did there come a time when you no longer reported to Mr. Majori or no longer did work for him?
No, I continued to do work for Mr. Majori along with helping with the front office.
And you mentioned earlier about some things changing, I think, with the pandemic. How, if at all, did your responsibilities change when the pandemic happened?
Sure. So during the beginning of the pandemic in early March of 2020, I was almost doing more work for the front office than I was for Mr. Majori. I would check in with Mr. Majori and see if he needed anything done, but then would let him know that I was asked to help in the front office again. At the time, and we were also, I think she was a little concerned about, the coronavirus. And so she would take some time off. And when she took time off, they would bring me in whenever they needed help, which was quite often. So I would say in the middle of March, one of my colleagues, who I worked in the suite 229 with, was diagnosed with COVID. And I immediately was told to go home and to get a COVID test and to quarantine for 2 weeks, which I did.
And
then
when you came back, what happened?
So I actually, after the 2 weeks, I had emailed Stephanie Benton and asked her if I could come back. My quarantine was up and I didn't have COVID. And I believe she and Jill DeRosier, the chief of staff at the time, had spoke and said, Brittany, why don't you stay home? They were all set. And I believe that's when they brought in Charlotte Bennett to help.
And then what happened with respect to your responsibilities?
At the time, we all were asked to go home. So our whole suite, including John. John, since that moment, never went back into the office. He was working from home until he took his leave of absence and has not yet returned. I don't believe he is. So I was home for quite a long time, asking to do whatever I could do from home in regards to Mr. Majori. I couldn't do anything for the governor's office because a lot of those duties required you to be in the office. So at that moment, I stopped doing anything for the front office.
When did Mr. Majori go on leave?
He was working from home till I believe the beginning of the summer. I don't remember the exact date, but during that time, I had also reached out to Lauren Grasso and said, if I'm not one to sit home and not do anything, going from how busy I was in the beginning of the pandemic to now being home with not much to do, I had reached out to Lauren and I was helping out with the hotline where people would call in and say that they could give PPE. I was doing maybe a couple of things for John in regards to scheduling meetings. And that was for a couple of months.
And after Mr. Majori went out on leave, did you do any work for him?
For Mr. Majori?
Yeah. Was he
No.
like a real leave? He wasn't doing work on the leave?
Yeah, no. Mm-mm.
And,
No.
and to your knowledge, is he still on leave?
Yeah.
So after helping out on the hotline, what's the next stage of how your duties changed, if at all?
Sure. So I would say it was the beginning of the summer. I reached out to Lauren and I said, I would like to help out. I would like to get back into the office. I just felt I couldn't stay home any longer and keep collecting a paycheck without doing anything. I felt like I could do more, and I wanted to do more. And she said that we had a testing room in the Capitol. We had an Abbott machine and we had a nurse, and we were doing in-house testing, and that there was nobody keeping track of it. And she said that it hadn't been going as smoothly as they wanted it to because they were relying on Lauren, and Lauren was down the hall in her office with, too many things, of her own to do. Therefore, if I could come in and sit at the desk outside of the testing room and kind of keep an Excel spreadsheet of the employees and who was coming in and who was being tested, and if I could keep track of that. And I said, sure.
And what period of time did you do that for?
I believe it was for the whole summer, late spring into the summer.
And during that time, did you help out at all in the governor's office?
No.
And after your time at the desk at the testing center, what was the next change, if any, in your duties?
So while I was in the testing center, I wasn't helping at all with the front office. At the time, the ladies that were working in there were Charlotte and Alyssa. And so if one of them had to go to an appointment, I would say they might ask me to come in and sit there until they got back, but that was the most that I had been doing. When Charlotte was asked to go to her new position, or when she went to her new position, that's when it was just and Alyssa helping out in the front office. I had asked them if they needed me to step in due to Charlotte moving to her new position, and I was told that they were okay, and that, you know, if they needed anyone to cover, if someone had an appointment or, you know, they had to step out for a couple of minutes, that they would let me know.
And when was it that Charlotte Bennett moved to her new position?
I don't recall the date.
Was it early summer, midsummer, late summer? Can you place it spring?
I would say late summer.
And did anyone tell you why Miss Bennett was changing positions?
No.
Now you've mentioned Alyssa. Who is Alyssa?
Alyssa is a colleague of mine and also a friend of mine.
And how long have you been friends with Miss McGrath?
We went to high school together. So my freshman year, which was in 2002.
And are you still friends with Miss McGrath?
Yes.
And when did she start working for the governor's office?
She started working, I believe it was maybe March of 2018, March, April. It was early 2018.
And was she an executive assistant to the governor starting in March of 2018, or did she have some other role?
No.
What was her initial
She had
role?
another role.
What was her first
She
role?
was the executive assistant to, I don't remember his title.
And do you know how she got that role?
Yes. She had expressed that she wasn't happy at her job at the time. And I knew that we were hiring for an executive assistant. So I told her to give me her resume and I would pass it along to the Office of Administration.
And when did she move from working to working for the governor, if you know?
She had been asked if she would be interested to help in the front office. I believe that was the one who approached her about it. And I don't recall when they approached her, but it was a lot earlier than me.
And so you said at first when Miss Bennett changed jobs, you asked if they needed help and they said they were fine. Did that change at any point?
Yes. That changed when they had expressed to me that the governor, Stephanie, and Melissa were not giving Alyssa as much as they had used to. They weren't sharing meeting invitations with her when the governor would call or if Stephanie would call. Normally they would speak to any one of us, but they had sort of stopped utilizing Alyssa as much as they used to.
Who told you that? And did she tell you why they weren't using Miss McGrath as much?
No.
And so then what happened with regard to your responsibilities?
So as far as I can remember, I was then asked if I wanted to join the front office staff full time, and had said that she had talked to Lauren and that Lauren was going to talk to Stephanie Benton and see if I could, because at the time I was jumping from the testing room to the front office. And I really just wanted one home. I wanted something that I could focus on. and excel in. And so she said, would you be interested in working with us in the front office full time? And I said, sure. And she said, okay, Lauren's going to talk to Stephanie about it. And Lauren and Stephanie talked about it. And Stephanie said, yeah, the governor really likes Brittany and I like Brittany. And yeah, let's bring her on full time.
And so when you became full-time, when was that?
I believe that was, I would say the beginning of fall of 2020.
And where did you physically sit when you became full-time with the governor's office?
In 229.
So
Due to
go ahead.
Due to the pandemic, the governor and Stephanie and Melissa put their assistants in 229 to limit the amount of traffic in the front office.
So who was sitting in 229 when you became full-time?
It was me and Alyssa McGrath was still sitting in there.
And was Alyssa working full-time for the governor's office at that point, or was she doing anything else?
She was starting to help.
What was his
He
role?
had been helping. I'm not sure his title.
I'm sorry, Ann. Can you give me a question? Because you both spoke and I didn't get the question.
What was his position?
I'm not sure his title.
And are you still full-time in the governor's office?
Yes.
And who are currently the executive assistants to the governor?
And myself.
And are you still in room 229?
Yes.
Is anyone else in room 229?
No.
Where does Ms. McGrath sit now?
She sits over in 235. I believe that is the room number on the non-secure side of the floor, working for.
At any point in your employment in the executive chamber, were you told of any special privileges you got for working with in the chamber?
I wasn't necessarily told about the special privileges. It was something that you noticed working in the executive chamber. We are given every year New York State Police cards and stickers that we're told just to keep in our wallet, just in case. But there was never any particular conversation as to what they could get you out of or what kind of benefit they would give to you.
When is the first time you got a card or sticker from the state police?
In 2018.
And what was your role at that point?
I was the Deputy Secretary for Transportation's assistant.
And who gave you the first card or sticker you got?
I don't remember.
And you said this happened every year. Did you get one every year thereafter?
Yes.
And do you recall who gave them to you on other occasions?
I can recall who gave it to me last year. That was one of the senior investigators for the governor. He actually signed the back of it with his cell phone number, I believe, and it says call anytime. And we were also given them for this year from, I believe it was, oh, excuse me, I don't remember his name at the moment. Oh, yes, I do. Vincent Strafacci.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at tab 2 in the
Sure.
binder.
Yep.
And so that first page, you don't have to hold it up. That's okay.
Okay.
So the first page of this is a blow up of what looks like a card. Is that correct?
Yes,
And when did you get this card?
I got it in 2020. In the summer of 2020.
And is this the one you were just describing where somebody wrote call anytime and a phone number?
Yes.
And can you read what's written at the bottom?
Yes. Senior investigator. I don't know. I think that's an PSU.
And what's a senior investigator first name? And did he say anything when he gave it to you?
No,
And did anyone else ever tell you what you could use this card for?
no.
Was there any sort of talk in the office as to what you could do with a card like this?
It was understood that if you got pulled over, if you showed the officer pulling you over this card, it could be used as protection.
And when you say for protection, what do you mean by that?
I'm assuming the possibility of not getting a ticket or letting them know that you work for the governor's office.
Did you ever use any of the cards or stickers that you got from the state police?
No.
If you look to the next page in the same tab, what is this page?
This is the card that Major Vinny Strafacci gave to me this year, 2021.
When in this year did he give it to you?
It was on his last day of work.
Did you-
I don't remember the date.
And did he say anything to you when he gave it to you?
No, just to sign it.
He told you to sign it too?
Yes.
So is that your signature?
Yes.
Do you know who else in Chambers got these cards from the state police?
I do not know particular names.
Can I ask a quick question? And do you know, is there a reason he gave you that card on his last day of work?
I'm not sure.
It just happened to be his last day of work.
He had told me that day that he was retiring, which that was the first time I had heard. And on his way out, he gave me that card, and I guess it had been signed by him previously and told me to put my name on it.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know if the other executive assistants got these cards?
I'm under the impression that they must have, yes.
Did you ever see any of the state police giving cards to anybody else?
Yes.
Who did you see them giving cards to?
I believe that they also gave them to, and
Did or tell you whether they ever had occasion to use these cards?
no,
Do you know if Miss McGrath got a card like that?
I don't know.
After fall of 2019, when you started doing more work for the governor's office, did you have the opportunity to observe how the governor treated his staff?
Yes.
And how would you describe how the governor treated the people who worked for him?
It depended on who you were. I had seen him be tough. I had seen him raise his voice at certain people of his staff. I'd also seen him, the way he treated the executive assistants, which was mostly kind, joking, funny. It was definitely different than the way he treated his more senior staff.
And who were the senior staff who were treated differently?
Jill DeRosier was his chief of staff at the time, before she went on leave. He would yell at her. He would call her out in front of her peers on particular issues. He definitely wasn't, he was very hard on her.
Did you ever see her get upset when the governor treated her that way?
No. It was known throughout the office that she would always handle herself in a very professional and calm manner. And we would almost say to ourselves, like, wow, she really handles herself better than we might have if we were in her position.
Anyone else that you observed the governor yelling at or treating harshly?
Yes. I personally witnessed him speak down to Richard as a party, who is also a senior advisor and works in the press office. I believe his words were, "You're lucky that I don't throw you out the window."
When did he say that to Mr. Azzopardi?
I would say it was the beginning of this year.
And was anyone else present other than you, the governor, and Mr. Azzopardi?
I don't recall.
And do you recall what, if anything, led up to the governor saying that Mr. Azzopardi was lucky he didn't throw him out the window?
I'm not sure of their conversation.
Any other times you recall him being angry with Mr. Azzopardi?
No.
Where were you when he said that to Mr. Azzopardi?
I was sitting in the main room of the office, at the far left desk, closest to the window, and I heard it because he said it to him in Stephanie Benton's office, which was right outside of my desk, and the door was open.
Did Mr. Azzopardi say anything in response?
No. Nope, he just walked out.
Got it.
Did you ever see the governor throw anything at Mr. Azzopardi?
No.
Who else, if anyone, have you seen the governor yell at or treat harshly?
He would go from 0 to 60 in 0.2 seconds, depending on the situation. So during his State of the State speeches this year, a few of them were pre-recorded. And on one of the occasions, he was in Melissa DeRosa's office, and the audio wasn't matching up with his speech. And he walked out of her office and took his fist and pounded it into the door of Melissa DeRosa's office. And that was a sign that we knew, oh boy, the audio folks, they're in trouble. And after that, he, I believe, called a few of them in. I don't recall exactly who, but he wasn't happy.
And where was Ms. DeRosa present for this?
Yeah.
And was she with the governor? Was she inside her office? Where was she when he was pounding on her door?
She was at her desk, I believe.
And where were you?
I was at my desk in the main area.
And was anyone else present?
I don't recall. I don't remember who else was in that office at the time.
And did you hear anything that the governor said to the audio people?
No.
Any other people or occasions where the governor was angry or acting out?
There was an occasion this past year when he had a group at his conference table, and he was definitely in a bad mood, and he wanted something from me. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he called me in a degrading manner. He called, and the word was honey, and he said, okay, honey, and he said it in a worse than that, to the point where who was on the speech writing team sent me a text message to my work phone and said something along the lines of, I'm sorry that happened, which was, I didn't ask him to say anything. He must have noticed it himself, and it must have made him uncomfortable to the point where he text messaged me and said, something along on the lines of, I'm sorry.
Who was present at the governor's conference table when he said this to you?
I only remember being there. I believe there were a few of the other guys. I don't remember exactly who, but I just remember because he had texted me shortly thereafter.
And do you still have the text that he sent you?
I do not.
And you said it was sent to your work phone. Were you issued
Yeah.
What kind of phone were you issued by the chamber?
An iPhone.
And is the iPhone set to keep texts for a certain period of time or delete them after a certain period of time, or?
No.
Did you manually delete that?
I did at the time.
And did you delete it right after seeing it or at some later point?
I think right after seeing it.
And when the governor was saying honey in the way you described, was he raising his voice?
Yes.
Was there anyone outside of the conference room that might have heard this at the time?
I'm not sure.
Were there any other occasions when the governor raised his voice to you or treated you in a way that you considered to be demeaning?
There was at one point of this year when I don't believe that I did something the way that he wanted me to. And he raised his voice at me and said, next time, if you don't understand something, you better ask me instead of guessing. And the way he said it was a little demeaning.
When this year did that happen?
I believe it was possibly February.
And where did this interaction take place?
It was in the main room of the governor's front office.
And was anyone else?
There were two. Yes, there were two other women in the room.
Who was present?
And
what are their positions?
is, I believe, taking over for the who left in the beginning of this year and happened to be in that office just to, they were kind of training her, getting her used to the flow, and was hired as an executive assistant a couple of months prior to that.
An executive assistant for the governor or for somebody else?
For the governor, but she was doing a lot more and was issued a BlackBerry. Now, lately, if you're issued a BlackBerry, that means there's only a few of them, and that means that you're going to be talking to the governor via PIN. That's a form of communication that they use with their BlackBerries. And so I don't have a BlackBerry, nor do I. So she had the title, but she was definitely involved more than we were.
And did she get a BlackBerry as soon as she joined, or did that happen at some later point?
I believe a couple of weeks after she joined.
And did anyone ever tell you why the certain circle of people had BlackBerries and communicated by pins as opposed to using iPhones or something else?
No.
Any other times where the governor raised his voice to you or treated you in a manner that you considered like harsh?
No.
Any other times where you saw him treating somebody else that way?
I would hear him, talk down to a few of the senior staff members, and particularly Jill DeRosier. He would also at times yell at my boss on the phone, John Majori, if he was upset. And he would, and other members of the staff. I just don't recall exactly who. There's a couple of, sorry.
Go ahead.
The offices in the front office are divided up by walls and doors. Most of the time the doors are open, but even though it's one suite, there are walls in between the front office, Stephanie's office, the governor's conference room, and the governor's office. So,
did you ever hear or observe the governor getting upset with or yelling at Melissa DeRosa?
No.
Did you ever hear or observe the governor raising his voice or yelling at Stephanie Benton?
Yeah.
And how often did you see or hear that?
Rarely.
Now, amongst the executive assistants, was there any difference in how the governor, you said he was nicer generally to the executive assistants, was there any difference in how he treated the executive assistants among that group?
When all of us were together in a room, you definitely noticed that he was equally, most of the time, nice to all of us. There was always a basket of fruit and snacks that we would keep out in the main area. He would take an apple and look around and say, okay, who wants to play catch? And he would play catch with one of us. He would ask us, how we were, or small talk. And so most of the time he treated us, when we were all together, equally.
And did you ever see how he treated any of the other executive assistants when it wasn't this sort of group setting? Did you hear anything or see anything?
Yes. At times we would all be in the front office and we would notice that he would, in front of us, say, for example, you missed a word, you need to pay attention. And then he would take it look over at me and say, Brittany, you do it. And you never wanted him to do that because that would make you feel as if you did something wrong. And you didn't want to make the governor unhappy.
And why didn't you want to make the governor unhappy?
That was pretty much an unspoken rule when you worked in the front office. You were there to serve the governor. Whatever he needed, you did. Whether it was getting him a coffee or typing up a letter or getting a call together. And if the governor asked you, for instance, how he did during a press conference or a particular meeting that might have been televised, you were to always give positive criticism. That was
you said that was unspoken. Did anyone ever say that to you or say like, hey, if you want to get along here, you better keep him happy and say nice things when he asks you how he's doing or anything along those lines?
That would be generally small talk amongst us, me, That was pretty much, it was understood.
And you said he might call out and say, "We got a word wrong, and I'm going to give this to Brittany." Did that sort of get spread around amongst all the executive assistants, or did some bear the brunt of it more than others?
So I would say that between the three of us, was definitely the more senior assistant. He would first call on to do whether it be dictation or get a call together. And if he was busy, he should have been asking who was second senior, and then I would be third. But at times he would skip over and go to me. And that would make me feel naturally a certain type of way. She had been an actual executive assistant to the governor longer than I had. So why would he not ask her and ask me? It was kind of a, did I do something wrong? That's how it would make you feel. We would talk amongst ourselves whenever that would happen and say, oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you're not mad that he asked me and not you. Because once again, you never wanted to be not in good graces with the governor.
And when that happened, did you know why? When you were talking about it, when it happened, did she say, "Oh, it must be because I just did this," or any other theories?
Yes. She would assume, oh, it must have been because I missed a word when we did dictation, or I didn't do it fast enough. I didn't type it up fast enough for him. If that happened to me, I would assume the same. I must have missed a word or forgotten to put a punctuation.
And did she say whether the governor told her she had, missed a word or not gone fast enough, or was she just assuming if he's skipping over me, it must be something like that?
I think there was a lot of assuming. At times he would let you know. He would say things like, you need to pay more attention, or, if you have a question, you need to ask. Don't just assume.
And you mentioned in terms of keeping the governor happy, getting him coffee. Did you get him coffee within the office, or did you have to go out buy him coffee someplace?
So we have a Dunkin' Donuts located in the Capitol on the first floor. So Stephanie Benton would give us money to go get him a coffee, or at times we would offer just to put it on our own account and pay for it ourselves. Or sometimes he would go into his own pocket and give us some money and say, can you go get me a coffee and get yourself something too?
And when you put it on your own card, was that always when you offered, or did that sometimes happen where you paid for it and just didn't get reimbursed, or something else?
That would happen if there was a lot going on, and Stephanie would yell out or call us and say, can someone get the governor a coffee, ASAP?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, there was some...
There was some interference. I'm not sure where that was coming from. So you said sometimes Stephanie would shout out and say, can someone get the governor a coffee?
ASAP.
Yeah.
And then we had a little interruption.
Okay, yeah. She would say, can someone go get the governor a coffee ASAP? And there just wouldn't be time to figure out who was paying for it. So in that instance, we would just pay for it ourselves and not ask for any reimbursement.
And why didn't you ask for reimbursement?
I, in particular, said that it was okay. I would pay for it.
Did you ever hear anyone else in chambers complain about having to pay for coffee for the governor and not get reimbursed?
Not really, no.
Have you seen any other members of the senior staff yell at somebody or be harsh with them?
Yeah.
And who have you seen engage in that sort of conduct?
Melissa DeRosa.
Anyone else?
Not really.
How often have
No.
you seen Ms. DeRosa yell at or be harsh with somebody?
Quite a few times.
And who were the targets of Melissa DeRosa's behavior?
Sometimes I would witness it being to reporters, newspaper reporters, or it would be to one of us, whether it be or myself. For example, if we didn't get a call put together in time, she would yell out, where is this call? And what's taking you so long? She would ask us to go get her Starbucks, which we don't have in the building. So that would mean that one of us would have to go in our cars and drive, or we would ask one of the gentlemen who work on the floor in the admin office if they could go pick it up for her. And if that wasn't back in time, she would say, where's my coffee? Or, what's taking so long? She didn't have a lot of patience with us.
How far was the Starbucks from the office?
The one in downtown Albany closed at the beginning of the pandemic. So we would either have to go to the one in Albany Med, which is, I would say, maybe a mile or two, or the one in East Greenbush, which is about 15 minutes away.
And did Ms. DeRosa give you or the other people running these errands money to pay for her Starbucks coffee?
Yes.
Other than with a call or her coffee, any other thing that Ms. DeRosa raised her voice at you about?
No.
Did you ever see her yell at any other senior members of staff?
Not that I recall at the moment.
Now, you said that as you were always looking to keep the governor happy, and if he asked for feedback, that you would give him positive feedback. Were you aware of anyone who ever gave him negative feedback when he asked, how was this speech or this event or anything along those lines?
One particular conversation I remember overhearing was a time right before Charlotte Bennett went to her new position, that she was in the governor's office, and that I heard that he had asked her how she felt about how he was handling, I believe it was the Black Lives Matter movement. And I had heard that she had given him some not so favorable feedback. I wasn't part of that conversation between the two of them, but I had heard that she had said something along the lines of, well, people are saying that you could be more involved. Also, I think she said you could be going to more of these protests or events. Then I heard that Stephanie Benton had called her back in after she had left that conversation and had questioned her about, what did you say? Something along the lines of the governor was upset, and, and that she had gone back to 229 with the other ladies that were in there, and that she was visibly upset. I believe she was even crying.
Were you present when she came back to room 229 and see her crying?
I was not.
So who told you?
Heard.
Who told you about all what you just testified to in terms of what the interaction was between Ms. Bennett and the governor, and Ms. Bennett and Ms. Benton and her crying? Who told you all that stuff?
I believe that it was Alyssa, or I apologize. I don't recall exactly who, but I believe that the three of them were in the office when she came back from that interaction.
So when she came back, it was Miss Bennett, Miss McGrath, and were in the office together?
Yes, and I believe.
Any other times that you heard about somebody describing what happened if they gave negative feedback to the governor?
I do recall a conversation early in my employment with the chamber had been in the chamber for a long time and had said that he was close with the governor, and until he said, oh, I gave him bad feedback one day that he didn't like, saying he must have said something that he thought the governor did wrong or didn't do correctly. And he said, from that moment on, I was never asked for my opinion again. I do recall that conversation with.
What was the position when he told you this?
I believe it was.
Is there anyone else who ever told you that they, what happened if they ever disagreed with or gave negative feedback to the governor?
Not that I recall, no.
Were you told anything about there being any sort of dress code for when you worked in the executive chamber?
Yes. When I first started working there in December of 2017, at that time, the governor was not in Albany as much as he is now. So when he did come to Albany, everyone would kind of alert the floor that, okay, the governor is coming into town, and it was expected that you either the men wore their suits and blazers, and that the women, that you wore nice work attire, dresses. It was assumed that you look professional, nice, wear a dress.
And who told you that?
I don't recall exactly who told me that because it was a long time ago. But I do remember that whenever the governor was in Albany, that I was to dress a certain way.
And other than dressing professionally, were you given any guidelines in terms of what the expectations were for how you as a woman would dress if the governor was going to be around?
No.
Did anyone ever tell you whether you should or shouldn't wear high heels?
No.
Did you observe anything in terms of how the women close to the governor, did they dress in a certain way, or would they all dress differently, or what did you observe with respect to that?
I observed that they dressed nice. They definitely would wear nice dresses and nice high-heeled shoes. I definitely noticed that. Yes. Yep.
And who were the women who wore dresses and high-heeled shoes when the governor was around?
Melissa DeRosa, Jill DeRosier, at times Stephanie Benton, and that's most of his senior staff.
What was the position?
Right now, she is and I don't recall her title prior.
And when you started doing more executive assistant work for the governor, did anyone tell you if there's any different expectations now that you were right in his office in terms of how you dress as opposed to when you were over in transportation?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone in chambers use the term mean girls?
Yes.
Who did you hear use that term?
I don't recall specifically who would say that, but it was understood who it was. I remember when I first started, with the 2017 had told me that if Annabelle Walsh or Danny Lever or Jill DeRosier or Stephanie Benton, if they called, you make sure you answer, and anything they need, you do. And that was the group.
Was Miss DeRosa also in the group?
Yep. Yeah.
Did you ever hear the governor use the term mean girls?
No.
Did you understand why? Was there any discussion in the office as to why this group of women were called the mean girls?
They were very close to each other. They were very close with the governor. They would follow him or attend events with him. Most of them worked out of the New York City office. As he was coming up to Albany more, they would come up with him. They would go up in the helicopter with him. They would go in the plane with him. They would travel with him. And it almost was as if they called you, you were to act like it was him calling you.
And you described some of your interactions with Miss DeRosa. How did the rest of this group of women treat you?
I'm sorry, you asked how Melissa also treated me, or aside from Melissa?
You talked about Melissa DeRosa before.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with her. You said sometimes she could be harsh with you. Were there times where she treated you differently than what you've already described?
No, Melissa, for the most part, when I first started there, if the rare occasions that you would see her in the hallway, she never said hello. She wasn't very friendly. Whether that was on purpose or not, I'm not sure. But she wasn't very outgoing.
What about the rest of this group of women who are referred to as the mean girls? How did they treat you?
Prior to me helping out with the front office, they didn't really acknowledge my existence. I would see them in the hallway. They wouldn't say hello or go out of their way to say hello. I would always say hi, but sometimes they would respond and sometimes they wouldn't. They were very standoffish. I would say cliquey. But when I started helping out in the front office, they were more open to talking to me, were nicer to me. It was definitely a change.
And who were the ones that became nicer to you when you started helping out in the front office?
Annabelle Walsh definitely became nicer to me. Danny Lever was definitely nicer to me. And Jill DeRosier was also very close with them, and she also became a little nicer to me.
How often did you interact with Miss DeRosier?
Not often. I would have to get her connected to John Majori if he needed to speak with her. When I worked for John, when I was helping the governor and Melissa, if one of them needed me to get her on the phone, very limited.
And how often did you deal with Miss Walsh?
The same, very limited. It would either be Jill or Annabelle or Stephanie asking if I was available to help with the governor. It was never the governor himself. It was one of them.
Did Ms. Walsh ever speak to you about the work you were doing with the governor?
Anything in particular?
Did she ever thank you for the work you were doing?
She was appreciative. If she had sent me an email that asked if I was available to come to the mansion to help him with something, and I said yes, she would reply, "Thank you so much."
Did she ever comment on whether the governor liked working with you?
Yes. In one occasion, I don't recall the particular date, she had said thank you for going over something along the lines of he was in a bad mood, and we knew that if you went over, you would make his mood better.
Did anyone else ever comment on how you did or didn't affect the governor's mood?
No.
Now, Stephanie Benton, how did she treat you?
Stephanie was a little standoffish. It was always assumed that she had a lot going on. So if you had a question for her or you needed to bother her for something, that it better be worth her while. So she was nice to me, I guess. Pleasant, but not overly nice and not overly talkative. She would send me emails when the governor would need help, whether it be in the office or the mansion. And if I said I was available, she said, great, thank you. She would, her and I would communicate back and forth. If I was with the governor alone and he needed something to be relayed to her, he would say, Brittany, can you text Stephanie or email Stephanie or call her? And then that was the communication we had.
Did her treatment of you change at all when you started helping out more in the front office?
Yeah.
In what way?
She was definitely, prior to me not helping in the front office, if she walked in John's office, sometimes she would acknowledge me sitting there, sometimes she wouldn't. Very standoffish, almost like she didn't have time really for anyone else. When I started working in the front office, that's when she was nicer to me, more friendly.
Are we about to come to the end of a media? I saw you up here. Why don't we go off the record and then we can talk about how long a break to take?
This is the end of media unit number 1. We are now off the record at 1:01 p.m. This is the beginning of media unit number 2. We are now on the record at 1:34 p.m. back from break.
So you are still under oath from this morning. Were you ever invited to any office parties?
Yes. I was invited.
Go ahead.
I was invited to the Christmas parties that were not the ones at the executive mansion. I was invited to the Christmas parties that were held at the New York State Museum that were open to a lot of state employees.
And there were other parties that were held at the mansion?
Yes.
Were you ever invited to those?
No, I was not.
Did you and the governor ever talk about any of the parties at the mansion?
After the fact, the governor would say that he didn't see me at the Christmas party at the executive mansion, and I would tell him it was because I wasn't invited. And the one that he had at the mansion prior to COVID, he said to me that I never had to wait to be added to the guest list because there was a formal invitation that would go out and I would never be on it. He said that I could just come. And if I wanted to come, for example, he told me to come with John Majori, that I would be allowed in.
And that was the one right before COVID in December of 2019?
Yes.
And how did it come about that the governor told you that? What were you guys talking about?
We were talking about the Christmas party, I believe, and he said to me, oh, I didn't see you there. And I said to him, it was because I wasn't invited. And he said, oh, then you don't have to get an invitation. You can just come.
And I assume, was there a holiday party in December 2020? This past year?
No.
I would think not with COVID, but I just wanted to check. How did you react when the governor said that you didn't need an invitation, you could just show up?
I took it as I appreciated it. I do know that the governor is not exactly aware of how the invitations go out for that particular party. He really doesn't have a say about who gets the invitation. He just is at the party, and whomever the person who does the invites, most of the time it's senior staff. And I would say the governor's assistants have been invited to it as well. I believe that attended, but I normally wouldn't be on the list. And when he told me that I was, oh, of course, like, you can come, I appreciated it. And I knew, though, that he wasn't fully aware of how the invitations are sent out, but I appreciated it.
Did the governor ever use any nicknames for you?
Yes. He would call me Britannica. He would call me honey, whether it was used in a demeaning way or not. He would call me sweetie. Those are the ones that I can recall.
And you described earlier one occasion when he called you honey in a way that you found degrading. In what other ways would he call you honey or sweetie?
So, for example, in the morning, he would get breakfast dropped off from the mansion. He would also get lunch delivered from the mansion. Sometimes one of us would have to bring it back, whether it was myself or any time that I would bring back his coffee or bring back his food or bring back a document, it was thanks, sweetie, thanks, honey, thanks, Britt.
Did you ever hear him use nicknames for anyone else?
The only other nickname that I heard was for Annabelle Walsh. He would call her Anna May. And when you heard him say Anna May, if you knew that he called her that, you would say, oh, you want Annabelle on the phone. And I know that he called something, I think he called her Rabbit, if I recall that correctly. I'm not sure why.
And did you ever hear him use terms of endearment, like, or maybe it wasn't such an endearment, honey or sweetie, to anyone else?
No.
Did the governor ever make any comments about your appearance?
Yes.
What sort of comments?
Would make.
Go ahead. What sort of comments did he make about your appearance?
Sorry. He would make comments about my hair color. One day I had my hair up in a bun, and he said that he didn't like my hair that way. He kind of looked at it, made a face, and said, I don't like your hair like that. And I said, oh, okay. He said, I like your hair when it's down better. And he would make comments about if I wore a particular thing, how thin I looked, that I looked good for my age and being a mother. He, at one point, when I would wear pants a lot, that when I wore a dress, he would comment about, oh, it's about time that you showed some leg.
I'm going to go through a few of these things. So the time you wore your hair in a bun, when did he make the comment about he liked your hair better down?
I believe it was probably about a year and a half ago, when I was helping him in the front office. I remember going back to his office in the Capitol, and I had my hair up that day. I rarely wear it up, but I wore it up, and he made a comment that he didn't like it. And
was anyone else present?
Better down.
Was anyone else present?
No.
No. And you said that there was an occasion where you wore a dress and he made a comment about showing some leg. When did that happen?
I would say it was this past winter. I wore a dress and I wasn't wearing stockings. I just wore a dress with a blazer, and he instantly noticed that I was wearing a dress and said, "Oh, it's about time, you showed off some leg."
And you said it was this winter. When in the winter? Was it early winter, midwinter, late winter?
Midwinter.
And where did that happen?
In the Capitol, in his office.
Was anyone else around when he said that?
No.
And you also said sometimes he'd comment on you looking good for your age. How old are you?
32.
Other than you mentioned that he'd say something made you look thin, or that you were showing some leg. Any other times he commented on what you were wearing?
No.
Were you ever at the mansion when wearing a sweatshirt?
Yes. I was at the mansion working on a weekend, and I was at the table in the sitting room with was also there. We were working on the state of the state books, and he was signing them for a list of people. And I was wearing just a light tank top underneath, something that you would wear underneath a shirt. And I was wearing like a zip up hoodie. And I had said to him that I think it was warm in the room. And he said, "Oh, you can take off your sweatshirt." And I said, "No, Governor, that wouldn't be appropriate." And he said, "No, you can." And he said it in a way that was like, "No, like you can take it off." And I said, "No."
Does that incident remind you of any others where he commented on anything you were wearing?
Not that I recall. I mean, he would definitely look me up and down, a lot of looks. He definitely made it known that, whether he, liked a pair of pants I was wearing, by looking at me. Definitely when I would walk into the room, he would look me up and down, and he had this way of making me feel like he was checking me out.
Had you ever seen him look at anyone else up and down when they walked into a room?
Yes.
Who else did you see him do that to?
To
Anyone else?
There was one
Go ahead.
There was one particular instance where I would say it was probably in January or February of this year, when and I were sitting in the front office, and she was sitting to the left of me at a desk where he was walking right by, and I was sitting next to her, and her blouse, it was like a blouse that kind of like scooped, and so the way she was sitting, it had kind of scooped a little low, and the governor walked by, and clear as day, she was looking down her shirt at her cleavage, and to the point where I looked over at, and I think she noticed too, and she quickly fixed her blouse and said, "Was that really low?" And I said, "Yeah." And I said, and I laughed because I laugh when I'm nervous, and it was so blatantly obvious that he looked down her shirt, and she must have noticed it as well, to quickly do that and to make a comment to me. So he definitely did it to her.
Did he stop next to her desk to look down her shirt, or did he do it as he walked by, or how did
he did it as he walked by, and she also had a necklace that was a long statement necklace, and he made a comment about, "Oh, that's a really nice necklace," and it was almost as though he was trying to somehow make it where, okay, it was so blatantly obvious, but maybe he was coming, looking at her necklace, but that's not what he was doing. So I think he was aware that he was doing it, but he would almost make a comment to you to kind of make it seem like that's not what he was doing.
And what was the expression on his face when he was looking at?
It was almost like a flirtatious smile, smirk. I think that he definitely knew what he was doing, and it was almost as if though he would do these things and know that he could get away with it because of the fear that he knew we had. It was almost as if he knew he could get away with it, because if we were to say anything to anyone, he wasn't the one that was going to get in trouble or to go anywhere. It was going to be us.
And was he still in the room when he asked you, was that too low or is that low, or words to that effect?
No, he had gone back to his office.
And when you told her that, yeah, it was a little low, what if anything did she say?
She definitely was, uncomfortable, that she said, oh my goodness, like, I hate how that happens. Or, and she made sure to really hike up her blouse to try to make sure I didn't, fall too low. But it was definitely a thin blouse where, you'd have to be conscious of keeping it up. I think she was a little embarrassed.
Any other times you saw the governor, look somebody up and down or stare at particular body parts or anything like that?
At one point there was a reporter who came in one day. She was, I would say, fairly attractive. And you could just tell that he would look at them a certain type of way. And at times I do remember, I forgot who it was with, but we were talking about the way he would treat and why he was always so hard on her. And one of the reasons was someone said, well, she's not that good looking. So, implying that he wasn't nice to her, partially because she wasn't good looking.
Do you recall who said that?
I don't.
And do you know the name of the reporter that he was noticing? And
I don't. I remember she had blonde hair, like platinum blonde hair. She was younger. I would say maybe in her late 20s. And it also kind of fell into the category of that he has a thing for ladies with blonde hair. That's a known thing in the office. If you look at a lot of the women that are hired, majority of them have blonde hair. And it's known that he has a thing for blondes.
And
when she walked in the room,
go ahead.
She fit the script.
And what did he do when she walked in the room, this reporter?
Super nice to her. Hello, super, almost a flirtatious behavior. And she was very professional. I don't know whether she notices it or not. I can't speak for her, but the people that know him definitely knew that she fit the script.
And who have you heard talk about the governor's preference for blondes?
I have to say everyone, anyone that works on the second floor, it's almost a joke. If there's a new hire, the joke is, oh, is she blonde? That's how well known it is.
Did the governor ever make any comments about your height?
Yes. There was a point where we were in the main office of the front of the governor's office, and I were working, and he would comment about how short I was. And he said, Brittany, why don't you stand up and come here? And we were in the middle of the front room of the office, and he had me come up against him. And at first I thought we were going to go back to back, whereas if, I don't know if when I was a kid, that's how we used to compare height. But he said, no, turn around. And he had me put my back to the front of him and kind of put his head over my head and said to everyone in the room, you know, look how short Brittany is. And I'm a whole head taller than her. And it did make me uncomfortable.
Who was present when he did that?
Was present. Was present. I'm not sure if anyone else was present at the time.
And you said he put his chin on top of your head.
Yeah.
Were you touching at any other parts of your body when he did this?
He had gotten pretty close to me, where, you know, when he put his chin on the top of my head, where, you know, his stomach was definitely on my back. But I, on purpose, I was uncomfortable and it was an uncomfortable situation already. And I certainly didn't want any part of his pelvic area to be near me, because on top of what was an already uncomfortable situation, I didn't want it to look even worse.
And when was this incident where he compared heights and put his chin on your head?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
When did that happen?
That happened, I would say, late last year.
So late 2020?
Yes.
Did you ever show the governor your Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
That was at the executive mansion, and it was when I was helping him with one of the speeches that we were working on, and we were sitting on the couch, and we were talking about Alyssa McGrath, and he was asking how she was doing because she was going through a divorce. And I think he had asked, I'm trying to think of the particular way it came up. And he said, how is she? And I said that I was trying to keep her busy by taking her out and by doing things. And I showed him a picture of us going out.
And what did he say?
And he said, you know, that looks like fun.
When did this happen?
I would say, oh gosh, I'm trying to think of the date. Probably early of 2020, either January or February of 2020.
Did the governor make any comments about wanting to go out with the two of you or anything along those lines?
Yes. So when I had talked about that I had been taking Alyssa out, and one of the places that we were going to was Saratoga, he had said, you know, oh, that would be fun, you know, to go out, but he, being in the public eye, that would be really hard for him to go out and not be seen.
Anything else about that conversation that you recall?
Yes, that was when he had recently broke up from his then girlfriend, and he definitely was making it known that he was single and ready to mingle. You know, if I knew of anyone that I could, you know, hook him up with, that, you know, he would talk about the age range that he would prefer, and talking about how he was definitely, you know, single. He made that known.
How many times did the governor talk about being single to you?
I would say a handful of times. They would come up in different conversations.
And you said he talked about age ranges. What did he say to you about age ranges?
He said that it would definitely have to be, you know, maybe late 30s, you know, early 40s, that, you know, going younger than that, you know, he wasn't sure. how that would look to the general public. It would definitely have to be someone who understood his lifestyle and the line of work that he was in, that sort of thing.
Did he tell you anything else in terms of what he was looking for in a relationship?
He would just tell me that, he had been lonely, that he would spend the holidays alone, and that, it was hard for him to, go out and find someone, given his line of work. And, he would make comments about, oh, do you know of anyone who'd want to date me?
Did you ever tell him whether you knew anyone that would want to date him?
No, I just said that I was, I was sorry, that he was lonely, and sorry that he went through his breakup. And I would sit there and listen. You mentioned that he asked about Miss McGrath. Did he ask you any other questions about her relationship status? No, he would just ask me, how her divorce was going. And I would say, it's an unfortunate situation, but, she's going to be okay. And, that I was trying to keep her busy and get her mind off of it.
Did the governor ever ask you about your relationship status?
Yes. He would ask me.
Go ahead.
He would ask me questions. Sometimes I would be there and he would say, oh, I hope your husband isn't mad that you're here today. Or I hope your husband, isn't upset with, how late you might have to be here. He would make comments about, he made a comment to me, if you were single, the things I would do to you. He at one point gave me a pair of cufflinks to give to my husband from him. He asked me, how my marriage was. Yeah.
When did he make the comment that if you were single, the things he would do to you? When did that happen?
It was at the mansion on one of the days that I was helping in the sitting room.
And when was it?
I don't recall the exact time. I'm assuming it was when I first started helping him. So maybe like January or December, maybe December of 2019 or January of 2020.
And the cufflinks for your husband, was there any occasion for him giving you the cufflinks to give to your husband?
No.
Did you give the cufflinks to your husband?
I did. And I said that these were from the governor.
And what do the cufflinks look like?
They're a pair of cufflinks, and I believe that they have the executive logo on them.
Did the governor ever ask you about relationships you had with anyone other than your husband?
Yes. He had asked me, particularly when we were up in the office that he has right outside of his bedroom, if I ever had a boyfriend. And, I would say to him, no, Governor, I'm married. And he would kind of smirk and laugh, and he would keep pressing the issue. Oh, come on, you must have a boyfriend. And I wasn't sure where that was coming from. And I said, no, Governor, I'm married. And he said, oh, come on, I'm sure, you must have someone, that you flirt with, and I said, no. And then it would continue. And he would say things like, well, have you kissed anyone other than your husband? And I said, no. And he said, have you fooled around with anyone other than your husband? And I said, no. And it got to the point where I was hoping that me saying no would stop the conversation, but he kept pressing the issue. He would follow up with another comment about it, and then another comment about it. And then eventually would go, okay. And then he would move on.
Did this happen on one occasion or more than one occasion?
More than one occasion. That was the first time up in that office. He also brought it up again in his office at the New York State Capitol. We were sitting at his desk and I was helping him with dictation. And he looked up at me and said again, you know, have you ever done anything with anyone other than your husband? And I said, no. And I believe he actually said, you know, have you ever, you know, had sex with anyone other than your husband? And I said, no. And so that was another time that he brought it up and didn't push it as much as before, but definitely was a little, almost like he was like obsessed with that question, because he would bring it up a lot.
And the first time he asked at the mansion, when was that?
That was in the beginning when I really first started helping him and I was alone more. As I had stated before, the first time I was there was with someone else. And then after that, I was actually being called more to be alone. And it would always be when we were alone, whether it was alone in his office at the mansion or alone at his office in the Capitol. That's when these conversations would occur.
And the one you just described at the Capitol where he asked again if you fooled around, when was that?
I would say that was November of 2020.
Do you ever hear him ask anyone else about their relationships or their relationship status?
No, I had never personally heard, but I was privy to, you know, I knew that he had personal conversations with others.
Who did you hear this from?
I know that had shared with me that, you know, there were some conversations that they had had, which she believed were definitely a little, you know, crossing the line.
And did she say what the governor said that she thought was crossing the line?
I know that he had asked her about her relationship, her boyfriend, but once again, these conversations were always when he was alone with the other person.
Did the governor ever ask you to sing for him?
No.
Did you ever hear the governor ask anyone else to sing for him?
No, not that I was around for.
Did anyone ever tell you that the governor had asked them to sing or memorize song lyrics or anything like that?
No. In regards to singing, though, he would sing in front of me. He, you know, before we would do dictation, you know, he would sing a song or he would do these like randomly. But he never asked me personally to sing along with him or to sing a particular song. No.
What songs did the governor sing for you?
I honestly, I don't remember. I believe one of them, I think, was an Italian song, not in Italian, but you could tell when he sang, he was in a good mood. That was his way of kind of like starting the dictation session with you on a, you know, like on a silly note. That's how I took it. I would just sit there with my pad and paper and my recorder being ready to go. And, you know, he would be singing a random song.
Did the governor ever give you a tour of his office?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
He actually gave me, on my first time working alone in the governor's mansion, he said, have you ever had a tour of the executive mansion? And I said, no. And he said, would you like one? And I said, sure. Who gets that opportunity, in my mind, you know, to have a tour by the governor himself of the mansion? Oh, I said, sure.
And anything happened during the tour?
No, he was showing me around. You know, he showed me a couple of the rooms. In the beginning, I didn't think much of it. There was one point, which I believe was a part of the tour, that we were down in the living room where there's a bunch of framed photos. And he was showing me a photo, a group photo, and one of the women had on a tight red dress. And he said, oh, yeah, I remember her. You know, she was a real, something along the lines of like a firecracker or something. And I just thought to myself, like, okay, that was an odd comment to tell me. Clearly looking at the photo, she had on a tight, short red dress, was attractive. Wasn't sure what he meant by it, but I didn't say anything, and I just moved on. And yeah, and that was what stuck out from that.
Did he touch you at all during the tour?
I do actually remember when we were looking at the photos at one point, that was the first time that he had actually, like, he almost brushed his hand along like my butt, but it was so, I would say, like, smooth, as in like maybe he was trying to see if like I would notice or say something, but it was just so like whoop, like not as blatant as the other ones that I had mentioned. But I do remember thinking to myself, like, okay, like I definitely know what that was. Whether he meant to do it or not, at that moment, I wasn't sure.
And did he ever give you a tour of his office in the Capitol?
No.
Did you ever hear the governor make any jokes of a sexual nature?
Yes. He would definitely, make jokes, innuendos. One of them that stands out in my mind was, the Mingle Mamas comment that he made when Alyssa and I were on the conference table, and we were talking about our upcoming vacation to Florida. And, he said to her something along the lines of, if Brittany were to do anything in Florida, would you say anything? And, he would just like make a lot of, comments that knew like what he meant, but he would do it in a way as if, he was just trying to be funny or in a joking manner. And he really at times made you feel as if he were your friend, and that, he would say to me at times, like, Brittany, I consider you a friend, so he would do it in a way that was definitely calculated.
The incident you just described with you and Alyssa, when did that happen?
That was when we were working on the signatures for the State of the State books. So I believe that was in January of 2020.
And where was this?
That was in the conference room outside of his office at the Capitol.
And was this a weekday or a weekend?
A weekend.
Was anyone else around other than you, the governor, and Ms. McGrath?
No.
So you were talking about an upcoming trip. Tell me more about anything else you recall about that conversation and about the use of the word phrase mingle mamas.
He definitely knew that we were both mothers and that we both had young children. And I definitely remember him making a comment to me in particular, saying that, that I looked good for, being a mother. And, there a lot of the people at the executive offices are younger than me, so he would say, well, you look good for your age and the fact that you're a mom. And so he definitely would look at the two of us, knowing that we were friends, and knowing that we were both mothers. And I think that that's where the term came from. And the comment about asking Alyssa, would you ever say anything if Brittany, were to do anything with anyone else? I think he definitely was looking to see what she was going to say. He knew that we were very close, and he knew that, obviously we were friends outside of the office. But I definitely think, what he was saying was definitely thought out.
How often did the governor refer to you or Ms. McGrath as mingle mamas?
I believe it was once or twice. Definitely that was the first time when he came up with that term. He must have mentioned it maybe another time and after that. But he would only refer to us as that if he saw us together or if we were working in the office together. But he didn't use that often.
Do you recall any other jokes of a sexual nature or innuendo that he made?
I'm trying to think. I apologize.
That's okay.
At the moment, no, not that I can recall at this time.
Do you recall him using any phrase or saying about old bulls and young bulls?
Old bulls and young bulls?
Yeah.
No.
Do you ever hear the governor make any comments about the size of his hands?
No.
Did you ever hear him comment on someone's tattoos?
I had never heard about anyone's tattoos, no.
Do you know someone named
It's okay. Yes, I did. She worked there when I first started there, and she had retired.
what can you tell us about the first time you met her?
Yes, I met her my first day that I started working at the chamber in 2017. I was brought around by a colleague that was helping me in my office. She was training me a little bit. She said, why don't I bring you around to introduce you to some people? And I said, great. One of the rooms that she brought me to was the front office and was one of the executive assistants to the governor and Melissa. When I walked in there, I remember meeting everyone. And one of the first things that she said to me was she looked me up and down and said to me, oh, the governor will be stealing you. And then I didn't say anything. And then she followed it up with, oh, don't worry, it'll just be a matter of time. The governor will definitely be stealing you. And I continued walking around and didn't say anything, but I definitely knew what she meant by that.
What did you understand she meant by that?
What I understood was that I was a young female. How she looked at me, she must have thought I was attractive, and that the governor was going to see me and think that I was attractive and want to pull me in to do work for him.
You mentioned before you started doing more work for the executive chamber, you did the weekend coverage sometimes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how often did you do the weekend coverage before you were doing the additional work before November 2019?
I only did it a couple of times. I remember in particular, the first time that I did it was this Saturday before Easter Sunday, when I was told that the governor definitely wouldn't be coming in, that he was going to be busy at the executive mansion and doing the Easter events that he did when people would come to the mansion and take photos with him. And so I remember I was only a couple months into the job, and he actually did indeed come to the office, unbeknownst to me. And when I was sitting there, he must have heard me cough and yelled out, "Who's out there?" And I said, "It's me, Governor." And he said, "Who's me?" And that's when I stood up and walked back and said, "Well, I should introduce myself." And I said, "Hi, Governor, I'm Brittany Commisso." And he said, "Oh, Brittany." And I remember him looking me up and down and saying, "Oh, nice to meet you." He asked me if I had any relation to the political Commissos in Albany County. And I said, yes, that was my husband. And he said, "Oh, okay." And I remember going back to my desk, and he had entered through the back door that he has from where his elevator comes up. But he made sure that when he left, after he'd asked me to do a couple of things for him, he made sure to exit the other way and to make sure that he walked past my desk and say goodbye to me. When he said goodbye to me, he opening the door, he was on his way out and he actually stopped and turned around and looked at me and kind of looked me up and down again and smiled and said it was nice to meet me. And I remember that vividly.
Prior to November 2019, anything occurred on any of the other occasions where you covered the weekends?
I would cover the weekends here and there, but he wouldn't come in.
And we might have gone over this already, but when's the first time you were asked to do any work at the mansion?
That was in November of 2019.
And I think you said the first time you went with, is that correct?
Yeah.
And did anything happen of note the first time you went with Ms.?
No, I was there with, we both worked on the same speech. I took half, she took half. I do remember though, after that first initial time, I don't believe that she was asked to join me again. I was either asked to go alone or I was asked to go with someone else, whether it be her. But I do remember after that initial visit, never was asked to join me again.
And when you'd go to the mansion, what sort of work would you do at the mansion?
I would do a lot of edits on speeches, whether it be the State of the State speech or the budget speech. I would work on letters that he might do. I would work on whatever he needed dictation on or edits that involved a typewriter. I would say fairly easy things that I could do.
And where in the mansion did you perform work when you went?
In the office in the executive mansion, which is on the lower floor, on the lower level.
How often after November of 2019 did you provide coverage at the mansion?
Whenever I was asked, which was quite a bit, there would be times that an email would go out and it would have maybe 4 or 5 people on it. There were some times that I wouldn't respond until later and other people would offer their help, but then I would respond and then it was, oh, okay, Brittany, you can come.
Who sent out the emails in asking for coverage at the mansion?
Most of the time it was Stephanie, or it would be Annabelle, or sometimes it would be Jill. But a lot of the times they would actually be on it together. So Stephanie would send it out and CC Annabelle or Jill and vice versa.
Do you still provide coverage at the mansion?
I haven't been asked, no.
When was the last time you provided coverage at the mansion?
It was during the week. And I believe it was a Friday in early March. I would say maybe the first Friday in March. I will mention that we had created a more of a schedule, a more of a system about weekend coverage. So what would happen was we would talk amongst ourselves with myself and really wanted to do more of an organized calendar for weekend coverage versus what we had been doing before. So the weekend that I had said I was available, I was supposed to be the lead that weekend. So that was the weekend that Stephanie called me on Saturday morning and said, oh, are you the lucky one that is on duty for this weekend? I said, yes. She said to me, okay, I'm not sure if we're going to need you, but I'll get right back to you. I'm not sure what the governor is planning. And I said, okay. I never heard anything that weekend. I assumed that they didn't need anything and that nobody went in. That night, there was a dinner party for Alyssa's birthday, and were invited. That evening, they came to the dinner and said that, they had something to tell me, told me that. Was hesitant, for her to tell me, but then said, okay, fine, we'll tell you. Stephanie, I guess, after speaking to me, had reached out to and said, "Can you come and do some work at the mansion with the governor?" And she said, "Sure." And what I was told was in that same conversation said, "Can you make sure not to say anything to Brittany? We don't want her to know that we asked you and not her." And I'm not sure why, but thought that I should know.
Anytime that you worked at the mansion, were you ever told not to tell any of the other executive assistants that you were the one asked?
Never.
When was a more formal schedule set up for the mansion coverage?
I would say maybe in late February, we had a more of an informal meeting, the assistants and I, and we were trying to figure out a better way to do it rather than always being on call 24/7. That just didn't seem realistic. And also, at times I would be called more or would be called, and we were just trying to figure out a better way. And I would say that we tried, and that was the first weekend that I was on my specified on call, and I wasn't called.
If you worked at the mansion on a Saturday, did you get paid overtime?
Yes. As long as with our time system, anything over 37.5 hours up to 40 hours, you would get comp time. And then anything over 40 hours is considered overtime, where you get a monetary amount.
And when you went to the mansion, was there any sign-in sheet where you would sign in?
No, there was never any sign-in sheet. What you were told to do is just go to the mansion. You'd go to the front gate. Sometimes the gatekeeper would know you were coming. Most of the time, he had no idea. You would show your badge, and they would say, "Okay, if you could pull into the parking lot and just wait here while I call someone up in the mansion to let them know who you are and if I was supposed to be there." And then somebody would give them clearance that I was allowed to go, and I would just escort myself into the mansion alone.
And did you ever see the state police make note of who was coming and going or how they handled that?
The only time I did was when the gatekeeper, which I assume works for the state police, he would just ask me my name. But I never was aware of any sign-in sheet or anything of a formal way of keeping track.
Did the governor ever hug you?
Yes.
When's
He
the
did.
first time the governor hugged you?
I would say the first time the governor hugged me was when I started helping out at the mansion. He would definitely make it a point to, when I would leave, to make sure that he stood up and gave me a hug, which I had never noticed him do to anyone else, nor did he do that to any of the assistants at the Capitol during normal business hours that I had known of.
And after the first time he did it, would he do that every time you went to the mansion?
I would say almost every time. Yeah, he would make sure that he would somehow, say goodbye to me. And sometimes he would sit down and say goodbye, but most of the time he would make sure to get up and actually give me a hug goodbye and sometimes a kiss on the cheek. And there were times towards when he would do it more that he would actually kiss me on the lips.
How many times did he kiss you on the lips?
I would say maybe once or maybe twice. That was when he was doing it more. And the kisses on the cheek, it would be, I would go in for the hug again because he would get up and come to hug me, and he would normally go to kiss me on the cheek, and then he would quickly turn his head and then catch me on the lips, and then I would, okay, and I would pull away and obviously realize that he just kissed me on the lips instead of the cheek.
And when he kissed you on the cheek, did he kiss one cheek or do the two cheek kiss, or what did he do with that?
Most of the time it was a one cheek.
And how did you react when he kissed you on the cheek?
I mean, I reacted in a way of that. I just assumed that that's just, was his way of saying goodbye. I definitely thought to myself, okay, I did notice that he wasn't doing it when we were around other people, and that he would never hug me goodbye when we were in the office. And when Stephanie and Melissa were around, it was definitely more of when he was alone with me and he knew that there was an opportunity that no one would be around or walk in, and that, he would hug me goodbye and kiss me on the cheek. And then I thought to myself, okay, well, maybe he's, just being friendly.
When's the first time that when he went to kiss you on the cheek, he swung his face around and caught you on the lips?
That was, I would say, in the beginning of 2020. In the beginning of 2020.
And you said that happened
Yep.
a couple times?
I would say once or twice. Yep.
And I think you said you pulled away when he kissed you on the lips?
I definitely noticed that when he would kiss me on the cheek, I took it as, okay, he's being friendly. And then obviously when he would turn his head and then, get me on the lips, it startled me. It obviously wasn't normal. And I remember just kind of like, okay, and pulling away and then going about, going away. Because like I said, it was when I left.
How did he react when you pulled away?
He never said anything. He just,
And the hugs, when he hugged you, can you describe sort of how much of your bodies were touching or what the hugs were like?
So after a few times of him hugging me as if, just a friendly hug goodbye, the hugs definitely got closer and tighter to the point where I knew I could feel him pushing up my body against his, and definitely making sure that he could feel my breasts up against his body, and was doing in a way that I felt was obviously uncomfortable for me, and that he was maybe trying to get some sort of personal satisfaction from it. I mean, it wasn't just for like a second by accident. It was definitely, he knew what he was doing.
And when he hugged you more aggressively, how did you react?
I was in shock. When it would happen, I would think to myself, like, okay, I was aware of what was going on. But I would always think to myself, if I were to do the typical, what most would say of, if anyone were to do that to you, you would, slap them or say, hey, get off of me. But I remember thinking I was in his house. Not only was it the executive mansion, but it was also his home. And if I were to do anything, as in say something or, slap him across the face, I was going to be escorted out by state police and definitely, probably fired. I knew that I was going to get in trouble and not him. So I took it.
When he hugged you, did he ever press his pelvis area toward your pelvis area?
I definitely remember making sure that didn't happen. That when he pulled himself close, would bring me close to him, I for sure just didn't want any. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want any part of my body near his pelvic area. I didn't want to know. I didn't want anything to do with whatever he was trying to do at that moment.
And so how did you avoid having your pelvises touch?
I would lean my lower back away from it. I would definitely make myself when he was hugging me, I just remember thinking to myself, like, okay, if you're going to have to tolerate this hug and however many seconds it was, I did not want to any of that area to touch.
And
I didn't want to know, and I didn't want anything. Yeah, I didn't want any of it.
when he hugged you, where did he put his hands?
Well, when he would hug me, he would definitely, put his hands like on my back when he was pushing up my, my breast area towards him. That gave him more of like a firmer grip to kind of like, and he would like run his hands like up and down my back and to try to, have him feel my body up against his.
And when he rubbed his hands up and down your back, did he ever make any comments as he was hugging you?
No.
Did he ever touch your butt when he was hugging you?
No, I mean, he would definitely like put his hand on my lower back, but the major time when he definitely was like grabbing my butt was that particular moment at the mansion on New Year's Eve of 2019 when he asked to take that selfie picture with me.
Okay, we're going to come to that one in a minute.
Okay.
Did he ever massage your back when he was hugging you?
I mean, there was at one point when he hugged me and he would like, kind of like rub his hands on my lower back. And, he would say like, oh, it's like, I forgot what he said. He would say, I don't know if he said like, does that feel good? Or like, he definitely was like trying to like, just definitely trying to touch me. And I remember standing there like, okay, like I kind of froze and I didn't really know what to say. I knew what he was doing and I knew that he was trying to touch me in a way and kind of like rubbing his fingers on my lower back. But I remember freezing.
And how did you feel when he would hug you in this manner?
I mean, I felt that he was definitely taking advantage of me. He was taking advantage of the fact that he could tell that I was nervous. He could tell that I wasn't saying anything because he had gotten away with it before. I do remember the point when I would leave sometimes and I would be visibly nervous where my hives would crawl up my neck. And there were times when I purposely would wear a turtleneck so that whenever I was nervous, that it wasn't so visible. I mean, he definitely knew that what he was doing, that I wasn't saying anything and that he could get away with it.
Did anyone else ever see you when you were upset from the governor hugging you in that fashion?
I do remember at one point coming down from being upstairs in the office when he had hugged me tight. And I remember my hives being out. And I remember coming down and who worked at the mansion had turned the corner and she had bumped into me. And I mean, I felt like I looked like a deer in headlights. I remember being warm and my hives being out and my eyes feeling wider than usual. And whether or not, she knew that something was wrong, she did look at me and say like, are you okay? And I remember saying, yeah, I'm okay. And, but I don't know if she was just asking that to be polite but I felt like, okay, I definitely know that I'm nervous and my hives are out. And I remember having to like walk downstairs to go back into the office and act as though, that didn't just happen.
Were there any other times where he asked you if you were upset?
No.
Did you ever tell her that you were upset about anything else or anything else that was going on?
No.
Did you ever tell her that you were upset about your divorce?
I did when the last time I was there, I did tell her that I was going through a divorce. And she said that she was sorry to hear that. And, because she had been so kind to me, and she had over the holidays had given a stuffed animal. So I would, tell her about her, and so she just offered, her condolences.
Did you ever bring her to the mansion?
No, the only time that was ever brought to the mansion was that Easter, that I was, the Saturday coverage that I was working at. She attended that event at the mansion with my husband, and he got a photo with the governor. And
Ask a follow-up question, Ann?
Yep.
The day that you mentioned being upset about the divorce,
Yep.
did you have with you like a letter or something that you had just gotten from your husband's lawyer or anything like that? Do you remember?
No, not that I remember. I believe that was actually the day that I moved out. I believe that's when we talked about
the day
it.
you moved out from your husband, from the home and separated.
Yes, and when I got an apartment.
And what month would that have been about?
I got the apartment on December 31st of 2020, and
Okay.
I moved in, or December 30th of 2020, and I moved in on January 1st of this year.
After that, do you remember any other conversations with about the divorce?
I do. I'm trying to think about the Friday that I was there, prior to never being asked to come back. Not that I remember. I might have shared that I was having a bad day,
Right.
but I don't remember a particular conversation. No.
And do you remember? Did you ever tell about some of the things that the governor was doing that was making you uncomfortable?
No. I didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
And the time that she saw you when you were flustered and upset, do you recall when that was?
I don't recall.
So you started to tell me about the time that you took the selfie with the governor. So when was that?
Okay, that was on December 31st of 2019. And the governor had said, let's take a selfie. So I said, okay. And I had my phone and we were standing up. And I remember holding the phone up. And right as I was starting to take the photo, all I remember is feeling his hand on my butt. And he was rubbing it for more than a couple of seconds as I was taking the photo, to the point where I remember a couple of the photos that were taken to be extremely blurry. And I said, oh, I can't get a good photo. And he said, okay. And then I remember he didn't say anything while doing that. And I just remember I didn't say anything because I was like, okay, what is going on? So then he said, well, why don't we sit down and we can try to take a better photo? So we sat down, we took a photo. I remember thinking, okay, if we sit down, then there's no possible way that he can grab my butt again. And we got a decent, I would say, a photo that wasn't blurry. And he said to me, why don't you send that to Alyssa? And I said, oh, okay. So I text messaged it to Alyssa, and she had wrote back something along the lines of, oh, I'm jealous. I wish I could put myself in that photo. And he said to me, what did she say? And I said, oh, she said she was jealous. And then I remember him saying to me, okay, you can't show anyone else that photo. And I remember thinking to myself, why would he? I just didn't understand why he would say that. Normally, if someone takes a selfie with someone, you don't care who sees it. You know, people post selfies on social media, but he specifically said to me, you cannot show anyone else that photo. And I said, okay.
So I'm going to ask you a few questions about things that you just talked about. So first of all, where did this take place?
This took place up in his office at the executive mansion. the office right outside of his bedroom.
And when you were standing and taking the selfie, which side of you was he on?
He was on my left.
And before he put his hand on your butt, did he put his arm around you or on your shoulder, your waist, someplace else? Or did it go straight to your butt?
No. I remember him going straight to my butt.
And
it was instant.
Did you have your arm around him at all?
Not that I remember. I remember holding the phone up with my right hand. And then I just remember him instantly going down, and it happened so quickly. And then I just remember my hand starting to shake.
And you said he was rubbing your butt?
Yes.
And
Like rubbing it hard, like not just slightly, clearly rubbing my butt for more than a couple of seconds.
And was his hand flat or did he grab your butt? I mean, I'm sorry
No.
to ask all this detail about your
Okay.
butt, but
It's okay. No, he was like rubbing it, like, grabbing it.
you just made sort of a grabbing motion with your hand. Was it on the underside of your butt?
It was the cheek. I don't know how else to say it.
And you said that lasted more than a few seconds. Any sense as to how long? How many photos did you try to take while you were standing?
I believe it was 2 or 3. I remember I kept taking a couple because I could feel my hand shaking so much. And so it was definitely for at least, I would say 5 seconds. I mean, yeah, possibly more than that.
And when you sat on the couch, which side was he on you? Was he on your left or your right?
He was on my left.
And did either of you put your arms around each other when you sat on the couch?
Yes, I had my arm around his shoulder, and I had my hand up with the phone on my right hand.
And what about him? Did he have any arms around you?
I believe that, if I recall correctly, his arm was maybe just around like my waist.
And the blurry photos that you took,
Yes.
what happened to them?
I remember I deleted them off of my phone. I remember being so embarrassed that they were so blurry that when he said, "Oh, let me see them," I didn't want him to see how nervous I was, and I deleted them.
And when he told you to send it to Miss McGrath,
Can I ask a question there? Sorry. So did you delete it right then and there while you were there?
Yeah.
I see. So it was in that moment.
Yep.
When he asked you to send the photo to Miss McGrath, did you have any idea why he was asking you to send a photo to her?
I don't. All I can think of is that maybe he wanted to make her jealous. Maybe he wanted to see what her reaction was. That if she were to say that she was jealous, maybe that would make him feel good about himself. I'm not really sure. All I know is that at one point, I think I did say, "Oh, can I show John Majori this picture?" And he specifically said, "No, you can never show John." And I just said, okay. Clearly, he was making me feel like you can't show anyone that photo.
And other than sending it to Miss McGrath and sort of recent events, did you show the photo to anyone else?
No, never.
And I'm going to ask you to get the binder out again and
Sure.
And turn to tab 3.
Okay.
And is that the photo that you took on the couch?
Yes.
And did you take just one picture when you were sitting on the couch?
Yes.
And I can't tell if it's just the angle of the photo. Was he like leaning into you?
Yes, I think what was happening was I had my hand up taking the photo. I believe he's leaning into me. I'm not sure what his personal reasons were, but I know that I was just trying to get the photo over and done with.
And if you could turn to tab 4. What is this?
That was a text message exchange with Alyssa on December 31st of 2019 when I sent her the photo.
So you sent her the photo. Did you write anything when you sent the photo or just send the photo?
Nope, I just sent the photo.
And the heart on that, was she the one that liked that photo?
Yes.
And then all the text below the photo, those are all things that Ms. McGrath wrote?
Yes.
And after taking the selfie and the conversation you've just described, then what happened that day?
After that, after he asked me what she said, and I told him, then I believe that was when I left. I think we were done for the day. And I remember saying to him that, it was New Year's Eve and, that I wanted to get home at a reasonable time. And he asked me if I had plans. And I said, no, we were just going to, stay at the house, my husband and I. And then I said, oh, how about you? And he said, no, I'm alone. And, I'm just going to be working. And I believe that was it.
And did you ever talk about the photo or the text exchange with Ms. McGrath afterward?
No, just that exchange.
And Marco, are we getting close to the end of a media unit?
Oh, wait, actually, and sorry, now that I think about it, I actually do believe that when I left, I had called her. If I recall correctly, I believe I had called her. And I remember, now it's coming back to me. I knew that what had gone on, what made me uncomfortable. And I wanted to tell her so bad, kind of like what had happened. But I knew that I couldn't. And I also remember her and I talking about the selfie. And and I think I had said to her, what he said to me. And he said that I could only send it to her. And I believe that we had a conversation after I left the mansion.
Do you recall
about
anything else that either of you said in that conversation?
No, I think I just remember saying to her, like, oh, he was wild today. I think I made a comment like, oh, and that was my way. I remember wanting to so bad share what was going on, but being terrified to do so. And I think I would try to make comments to her and say, oh, he was wild today. I do remember saying that to her. And that's as far as I would go with it because I was afraid to say anything more. But that was my way of wanting to so bad to tell her about, what had happened, but I knew, that I couldn't.
And you and Alyssa were very good friends. Why were you afraid to tell her about it?
Because he had this way about, with the picture about you can never show anyone else. You can never, he almost like made it seem like, I couldn't say anything. And the way he was so firm with that I couldn't show anyone else with that photo, I just was terrified that, if I shared what was going on, that it would somehow get around. And then if, Stephanie Benton or Melissa heard that I was going to lose my job because I knew that I certainly was going to be the one to go.
And Did you hear anything around the office or anyone tell you about anyone who had tried to make any sort of complaints about the governor acting inappropriately?
No, at that moment, I did not. I later on, when Lindsey Boylan had come out and said that he, had made advances to her, I would be in the room when they were actively trying to discredit her. They were actively trying to portray a different story of it, trying to make her seem like she was crazy and, wanting to get her personnel file out. And so that was the first time that I had seen someone publicly come out and, saying something against him and sexually harassing them, and then them being, going behind the scenes and trying to discredit her. I personally witnessed that.
And who did you witness doing that?
A lot of it was done by Melissa DeRosa. And Rich as a party would be in the room. And at times, Linda Lacewell would be in the room. And there was a lot of chatter about, she's so crazy and, she has her own political agendas and, we need to shut this down and we need to do it quickly. So I witnessed that.
Where did these conversations take place?
They took place, the ones that I were witness to, at the New York State Capitol. And I would be sitting out at my desk and they were in Melissa's office. And there was at one point when I was asked to go get a box from Beth Garvey and that Beth would know what was in it. And that was the day that they were talking about her personnel file. And so my understanding was the box was her personnel file with her papers in it.
How big was the box?
It was about like a standard, like a file box, something that I could carry. I mean, I remember it being heavy, but I carried it from down the hall from counsel's office to the front office and gave it to Melissa. And then Rich as a party asked me to go find some whiteout, and I looked all over for whiteout. I gave him a couple and he said, "Oh, this isn't going to work. You need to go find me some better whiteout." And all I can assume was that they were, working on Lindsay's personnel file.
What did you hear them say about her personnel file?
I heard them, that they wanted to get out there about her, some complaints that had been made against her when she worked for the governor. And I believe she worked for economic development. And that I knew that they were, trying to get it out there that, she had a record, a not so good record at the office.
Do you recall anything specifically that Mr. Rosa or Mr. Azzopardi or Ms. Lacewell said in these conversations?
I don't, because they, at one point, I think, didn't want me in the room anymore because they were, I think, nervous of how much I was hearing. So at one point, Melissa said to me, "Oh, Brittany, you can go home." And it was on a weekend. And I was working on something for the governor in the office. And she said, "Oh, you can leave." And I said, "Oh, well, I wasn't asked to leave by Stephanie." And she said, "Oh, no, it's okay. You can go home." And making it seem like she was being polite. But I knew that they were talking about the situation with Lindsay and didn't want me to hear it.
And when was this? What month? Or?
I believe that this was probably, I would say January. I remember she disclosed in mid-December, and it was a pretty hot topic in the office for a couple of weeks after.
You said you were there working on something for the governor. Where was the governor when Mr. Rosa, Mr. Azzopardi, and Ms. Lacewell were having this conversation?
The governor was at the mansion.
So
I was. Go ahead.
So you were at the Capitol and he was at the mansion?
Yes. Stephanie had asked if she sent over a document to me if I could do some edits on it at the Capitol on the computer. And I said, sure. So I sat in the office, in the main office, and worked on it at that computer. And during that time, I didn't realize that Melissa was, at the Capitol with Rich as a party and Linda Lacewell. So I wasn't there to necessarily help her, but she noticed that I was there. So of course she said, oh, Brittany, can you go grab that folder? I think she asked me to get a call together for her. And then eventually someone must have said something to her in her office about me being in there and to probably ask me to go home. And that's when she said to me, oh, you can leave now. And but made it seem like she was being polite, that I could go home.
Did you hear them calling anyone else when they were in the office together?
I believe they were also calling Judy Mogul, who is, I believe, the ethics attorney for the governor. And also they were calling Steve Cohen a lot. A lot of that conversation involved Steve Cohen, Judy Mogul, Linda Lacewell, Rich as a party. I know that they were working hard on that particular Lindsay Boylan issue.
Did they make any calls or receive any calls from the governor that afternoon?
Not that I recall, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't calling her cell phone and vice versa.
Did
Have you ever heard? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Have you ever spoken to, or did you ever hear the governor talk about Lindsay Boylan?
Prior to her saying that the governor sexually harassed her? Or after?
Maybe start with after her allegations.
So he had asked me one day after Lindsay and Charlotte had come out, and he said, he called the main number when I was at the office in the Capitol, and he called the main number. I answered because I was there alone, and it was early in the morning. And he said, who's this? I said, it's Brittany. And he had said to me how I felt he was being treated throughout all of these allegations that had come to light at that time. And, with my knowledge of, never disagreeing with him or saying something that was going to upset him, I said, Governor, I'm sorry you're going through this. And, this too shall pass. And he said to me, do you think I'm being treated fairly? And I said, Governor, I'm sure it's hard. I said something on the lines of, I'm sure it's hard to deal with, but, continue to be strong. And then he said, thank you. And that he appreciated it. And that then he asked for me to get someone on the phone. So that was the only time that he really felt, asked me how I felt about it. He did actually say when Lindsay first came out in mid-December, we were in his office at the Capitol doing dictation. And that was the first time that I felt like he was kind of feeling me out about what I might say or what I might not say. And he said to me, after we were done, he looked up at me and said, Brittany, you don't talk about anything with anyone else, right? And I said, no, Governor. And he said, well, people talk around here. And, so anything you say, people are going to talk. And I said, I understand. And he said, I could get in a lot of trouble. You know that, right? And I looked at him and I said, I understand. And I also didn't want to get in trouble. And so I said to him, I don't say anything. I don't say a word. And he said, okay, good. And that was the first time that I said to myself, okay, he's looking at me and trying to see if I'm going to come forward. That's how I took it as. And the comment when he said, I could get into a lot of trouble. And that was when he said that verbatim to me. And that was my way of knowing that he knew what he did to me was wrong and inappropriate. And that he knew that if I told people or anyone that he could get into trouble.
When in December was that?
I would say it was, if Lindsay came out mid-December, it was definitely towards the end of December.
Did he ever say that Lindsay was lying or she was crazy or anything along those lines?
No,
And
No.
other than asking you about how you felt, did he ever say anything to you about Charlotte's allegations?
no, he never talked to me about Charlotte's allegations.
Okay, I see Marco.
I would say, sorry,
Go ahead.
I would definitely say that when the allegations were made first by Lindsay, he definitely changed. His whole way about him at the office changed. He was definitely more aware of how he was acting, and noticeably, for me at least.
And Marco, are we about to hit the end of a media unit? Okay, so we're gonna have to go off the record. We'll take a break and we'll pick up again here.
This is the end of media unit number 2. We are now off the record at 3:02 p.m. This is the beginning of media unit number 3. We are now on the record at 3:11 p.m. Back from break.
Before we took our break, you said that after Lindsay Boylan started tweeting, that you noticed a change in the governor. What change did you notice?
I definitely noticed him, definitely not engaging as much with any of us, not even really asking, any kind of personal questions, as in regards to like, how was your weekend? Or, what did you do? He definitely was very standoffish, to the point where it was very noticeable.
Now, you talked already about the governor hugging you and kissing you and touching your butt. Are there any other occasions that he touched you in a way that you felt was inappropriate?
Anytime he touched me, I felt like it was inappropriate. He was my boss, let alone the governor of the state of New York. So he definitely, I felt, abused his power, and definitely knew that, he had this presence about him, very intimidating, very, no one ever told him that he was wrong, and nor, were you told to do so. So he definitely knew what he was doing was inappropriate. So anytime that he would do something to me, he knew that at the end of the day, if I told anyone, nothing was going to happen to him. If anyone, it was going to happen to me. And especially when he said that to me in his Capitol office, I took it as a threat. Him saying the words that I could get into a lot of trouble, you understand that. And so that alone.
Are there any incidents where he touched you that you haven't talked about already?
No.
Are there any times that he groped you other than what you described with your butt?
No, the incident with my butt and the incident at the mansion when he reached his hand and was, on my breast.
We haven't talked about that one today. That's what I was trying.
Sorry.
I could have just been specific. So you've talked about there was an incident where he touched your breast. When was that?
That was in November of 2020. I don't recall the exact date, but I'm assuming it was around November 16th, around that time.
And what makes you say it was around the 16th?
Because on my work iPhone, I remember that day I have on November 16th, Stephanie asking me to take a picture of the governor's license, New York State driver's license that was on her desk, and to send it to her. And so I did that. I walked into her office and found his license I was on her desk, took a picture. And then I remember her calling the office, I believe that day, because I remember thinking to myself, wow, I'm doing a lot of not ordinary things today. You know, taking a picture of the governor's license wasn't something that I normally did. A lot of those personal things Stephanie would do. So that makes me believe that it was that day, but I don't remember exactly what date. So I remember her calling the office and saying, Brittany, can you come over really quick and help the governor send something from his iPhone in the Notes app to my phone? And I said, sure, you know, I'll be right over.
And where was Miss Benton when she called you?
I'm not sure. I don't know where her location was.
And where was the governor at the time?
He was at the executive mansion.
And did you then go to the mansion?
I did. I got in my car. I drove myself to the mansion, let myself in, and was told to go upstairs. And that's where he was, in his office.
So describe for us what happened when you went up to his office.
I remember going up to his office. I remember having my coat on. It was November. It was cold. I remember just being told to go in there and literally take whatever he had on his Notes app and to put it into his text messages and send it to Stephanie. So I wasn't expecting to stay there long. I walked in. He was sitting at his desk. He said, "Oh, hi, Brittany. How are you?" I said, "Fine. How are you?" Small talk. I said, "Oh, I heard that you had something for me to put into a text message." He said, "Oh, yeah, here's my phone." So he slid it across the table to me where I copied. It seems like a simple task. You just copy and paste the words from the Notes app and you paste it into a text message. It seemed fairly simple to me, but I was asked to do it, so I did. And I sent it to Stephanie and I said, "Okay, all set." And he said, "Okay, did she get it?" I said, "Yes." And I gave him his phone back. And then he just said, "Oh, I think he said, why don't you, take your coat off or something?" And I said, "Well, I'm okay. Like, I'm going to go back to the office." I think I asked him, "Are you all set? Like, do you need anything else?" Because you never, so maybe he had a letter or dictation he wanted to do. And he said, "No, that's it." And I said, "Okay, I'm going to go back to the office." And I think he said, "Oh, well, how's it going at the office? Are you happy?" And I said, "Yeah, the office is fine." And so I remember him getting up and going around his desk. And I remember thinking to myself, okay, like he's going to give me a hug, like he had done previously. And the door was open to his office. And I remember, being there, that sometimes the employees would come in and just unannounced, they would come in and bring him coffee or they'd bring him his lunch. And I remember the door being wide open because we were in the office by the door. There's two offices. There's the newer one outside his bedroom and then the smaller, older one that has the door out into the main upstairs floor. And he was in there. And I remember him, coming around, and it was instantly, I could tell that when he had come around that, okay, like it wasn't just going to be like a casual hug. I mean, he really like pulled me in, and I remember his hand just sliding right up my blouse. And I remember looking down, and I remember seeing his hand, which is, I would say, it's a large hand, and over my bra. And I just remember looking down and being like, excuse my language, holy shit, like this just went from 0 to 60 in 0.2 seconds. It was so fast. And I just remember like stepping back and saying, like, "Governor, the door," like, I just remember, "You're going to get us in trouble." And that probably wasn't the best thing to say because it could be misconstrued as that, like, we're going to get in trouble. But I meant I didn't want to get in trouble. because that's not what I was here for. And that's not what I do. And I just remember like kind of pushing back and saying that. And then he said, I don't care. And he went over and slammed the door to the point where I remember thinking, there's employees downstairs and they're going to hear it be so loud that they're going to, I think, wonder, what's going on up there? And I remember him shutting the door and coming back saying, I don't care. And it wasn't like a, haha, it was like, I don't care. Like, it was like in this, like, at that moment, he was sexually driven. And I could tell. And the way he said it, I could tell. And that's when, you know, he like pulled me back in. And I just remember like completely being at this point, like, excuse my language, like, what the hell is going on? And pulling him off. And I think I must have said, like, you're crazy. Or just because at that moment, you are in the governor's mansion. There are state police in the other building next to you. If I like push him, or if I try to, like, people say, like, you know, after the fact, now that it's been, you know, said in the paper, people that know me, well, why didn't you slap him? I'm going to assault the governor. Like, I would be taken away by a state police officer, and I would be the one that would get in trouble, and I would be the one to lose my job, not him. So at that moment, it was so quick, and he didn't say anything. And I just remember thinking to myself, oh my God. And I remember it stopping and him not saying anything. And I remember I walked out and he didn't say anything and I didn't say anything. I remember walking down the stairs, escorting myself out the front door, going back to my car, taking a deep breath and saying to myself, like, okay, everything that just happened, I have to now pretend like that didn't just happen, go back to the Capitol, sit at my desk, and continue with my afternoon. And I remember thinking to myself, I knew what just went on. I knew that, and he knew too, that was wrong, and that I, in no way, shape, or form, invited that, nor did I ask for it. I didn't want it. I feel like I was being taken advantage of. And that moment, that's when I thought to myself, like, okay, I can't tell anyone. Who am I going to tell? My supervisor was Stephanie Benton. Stephanie Benton was the governor's right-hand person. And if I told her, I was going to be asked to go somewhere else or transfer to an agency. And the sad part of this whole thing is I actually liked my job. You know, I was proud to work, especially during this pandemic. I genuinely enjoy working with my colleagues. And so this was an opportunity of a lifetime for me. And so here I was, and I didn't know who to turn to, and I didn't feel like I could say anything, but I knew that I didn't know what to do at that moment.
I ask you a few questions about that. So you said you went in, you had your coat on. What did your coat look like?
It was a black coat. It was a black, long winter coat.
And did it have a zipper or a wrap or buttons, or how did it fasten?
I believe it was my black coat that has a zipper on it. And I think it has a belt with it too.
And when you went in, were you zipped and belted up?
I believe that I think what I had done was I had taken it off when I sat down. I think when he said, I did take off my coat, because he was like, no, take your coat off. So I think I did take off my coat, because I remember that's when I put it back on, but I didn't zipper it back up. I had just put it back on.
So at what point did you put it back on?
I believe when I stood up to leave.
So I just want to make sure I got this straight. He said, take your coat off.
Sure.
You eventually took your coat off.
I think I remember at first I was like, no, I'm okay. And then he was like, I think he said, well, no, like, you know, like you can take your coat off. And I think I just said like, okay, and I took my coat off. But I remember now that if I recall correctly, when I went to leave and stood back up, I just had put my coat back on, but I don't believe I zippered it.
And you pulled it back up before he came around and groped you. Is that right?
Yes, I definitely had my coat on me.
And you said you were wearing a blouse. What did your blouse look like?
I remember my blouse, and I don't remember exactly which color it was though. I definitely remember wearing a blouse that when I looked down, I could see like the top of my bra. I remember seeing I was wearing a black bra and I could see my black bra cup. So it was definitely a blouse that, it wasn't low cut, but I could definitely see his hand underneath it.
And you keep gesturing like this. It was your left breast?
Yes, I remember it specifically.
And so this was a blouse that you could see down, so you could see not just that his hand was under your blouse, but the actual hand.
I remember looking down, like specifically looking down, like what's going on, and seeing his hand. Yes.
And was this a blouse that you were wearing untucked, or was it a button up, or I'm just trying to get a better picture of it?
Yeah, it was untucked.
And was it a blouse that had buttons up the front, or was it just, no buttons, but he came up from underneath?
Yes, it was no buttons. I apologize. I don't remember the actual specifics of, the material or.
That's fine. And how long did he have his hand on your breast?
I would say, oh gosh, maybe like a second.
And was he, groping, or did he just place it on you? I'm sorry, I have to ask all these details. It was just placed on your breast? Was he squeezing, or what was his hand doing?
It was, he was like cupping my breast. He cupped my breast. If that, I have to tell you, it was at the moment, I was in such shock that I could just tell you that I just remember looking down, seeing his hand, seeing the top of my bra, and I remember it was like a little, even the cup the kind of bra that I had, to the point where I could tell you it doesn't really fit me properly. It's a little loose. I just remember seeing exactly that. And so I think he might have grabbed it.
And when you walked out that day, did anyone see you leaving his office and going down the stairs?
No, not that I know of.
And you said
I exited pretty quickly.
And you went out to your car. Did you sit in your car for a while, or did you get in and take right off, or what happened?
No, I sat in my car, I remember, for a few minutes. I had to, kind of, gather myself. I definitely remember thinking, okay, I remember taking a couple of deep breaths and saying, I have to go back into the Capitol and go back to my desk and continue doing my job.
And can I go back and ask a few questions from when you were inside? So when he groped you and he's put his hand under your blouse, did his hand go under your bra as well, or was it over?
No.
So
no, over the bra.
So he was touching your left breast over the bra.
Yes.
And then the door that was slammed, what kind of door was it?
What kind of door?
Yeah, is it a sliding door, or is it a swinging door, a pocket door, or what kind of door was it?
It was a door with a doorknob.
I see. It's because I know there are parts of in the mansion where there are sliding doors, right, that cover the family room, or that's what I understand. I understand some of the doors are sliding, some of the doors swing and shut with a knob.
Yeah, no, this was not one of those doors. This was just a door with a knob.
I see, like a normal door. And
Yeah.
did he slam the door shut before or after he groped you in the breast?
That was, I believe it was after.
I see. So that he groped you, he slammed the door after. So that's when you said.
Wait, actually, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think. So he came around and he pulled me close, and then he like put his hand up my shirt, and then up my blouse, and then I pulled away, and then he said, "I don't care." And when he slammed the door, he said, "I don't care." And then he came back, and I think that's when I said, "You're crazy," and then I like pushed him away.
Okay.
And when you were sitting in your car, where was your car parked?
My car was parked in the executive mansion parking lot.
And where's that? I know I've been told before, but I can't remember. Where's that in relation to where the troopers are stationed?
The troopers are stationed in a building next to the mansion. So there's a building next to the mansion. It's called the command center. And then the executive mansion is in its own. So it's on the same property, but it's a separate building.
And you said you wanted to gather yourself because you had to go back to the Capitol. Did you go back to the office that day?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing anyone when you went back to the office?
I believe that was in the office. I think she was sick or something, so she had been away a lot that week, and that's why I think it was just and I in the office.
And did you notice that you seemed out of sorts at all, or say anything?
Not that I know of, no.
Can I ask one more follow-up question? Sorry.
Of course.
On your way
Sure.
out of the mansion, and sorry, did you run into anyone?
No.
You made your way out. You don't remember seeing anyone.
No, I let myself out the front door.
Okay.
And at the time, did you tell anyone about it around the time it happened?
No, I didn't tell anyone.
Going to switch gears slightly. Did you ever attend any, you mentioned going to some Christmas parties. What years did you go to Christmas parties connected with the executive chamber?
I went to the Christmas party in 2018 and then the 2019 Christmas party.
And did you ever have your picture taken with the governor at any Christmas parties?
Yes, both of them.
Both of them? And how did that come about?
So at these Christmas parties, the governor walks around at some point during the party and has a photographer, and they take as many photos as they can with people that are attending the party.
And do you have any of the pictures that were taken of you and the governor at any of the holiday parties?
I do, yes.
I'm going to show you a few photos. If you turn to tab 5 in your binder. Where was this picture taken?
That was taken at the Christmas party of December of 2018.
And that's Miss McGrath with you?
Yes.
And do you recall anything that occurred leading up to this photograph?
No, I just remember we were at the party and Alyssa was helping him out at the time. I wasn't. And I remember him seeing us from across the room. And then I remember him seeing Alyssa, and he said to her, he said something along the lines of, oh, like they let you out of the office or something. And she said yes. and then we took the photo, and I don't recall what else was said at that moment.
And it looks like the governor's hand is around you with his hand sort of high up on your rib cage. Is that right?
Yes.
If you look at tab 6. This is at the same holiday party?
Yes.
And do you recall what was going on when this photo was taken?
I think that we were talking about Alyssa, I think like working for him, and then he had said something along the lines of if I wanted to work for him. It was a couple of years ago, so I don't recall the exact conversation. But I know that Alyssa had made a comment, I think at that moment, saying that it was like a 2-for-1. That that the two of us were friends, and that we could both work for him. But I don't recall the specifics of the actual conversation due to how long ago it was.
If you could turn to the next tab, tab 7. Do you know where this photo was taken?
Yes, that was at the Christmas party of December of 2019.
And it looks like this one was taken on a phone. Do you know who took this photo?
I believe that it was maybe one of our friends.
And do you recall what was happening when this photo was taken?
Yes, that was when the actual photographer was taking our photo, and he was greeting us before the photo was taken.
And the governor's mouth is pursed. Had he just kissed or was about to kiss Alyssa, or was he talking, or what was going on?
I believe he was probably going in to kiss her on the head.
Had he ever kissed you on the head?
He had greeted me, and I believe that when he kissed her on the head, maybe he also kissed me on the head as well.
You're not sure, or?
I'm not sure. Because, just so you know, at these Christmas parties, there's a lot going on, and these photos are taken fairly quickly because they want to move on to the next person. So there was thousands of people at this Christmas party.
You turn to tab 8. It looks like it was taken around the same time. And do you know what was happening in this photo?
I believe that was when he was talking to us. I don't believe that he was going in for a kiss. I just believe that that's when he was talking to me, and I think that I think leaning away a little bit.
And tab 9, that's another photo from the same party.
Yeah.
And tab 9, was this taken by a friend or the official photographer? Do you know who took this one?
I believe maybe someone that took it on their iPhone, it looks like. Because I can tell up in the upper left-hand corner, there's like a little symbol that shows up on an iPhone photo. which makes me believe it was taken on an iPhone. And I believe that this was after the picture was taken. It looks like Alyssa's walking away. And like I said, there was always a lot going on. So it was very loud, and I'm sure he's just saying goodbye and moving on to the next person.
And tab 10, that's from the same party. It also looks like it's taken on an iPhone.
Yeah.
And if you look at tab 11, is that one taken by the official photographer?
Yes, that was taken by the official photographer.
And the governor's hand looks like it's on your rib cage. How did you feel when he was holding you like that?
At the time, I mean, I just remember taking the photo, and I just remember him, like, you know, kind of pulling me close, and standing there taking the photo. I don't know exactly what was going through my mind at the moment, but just that I knew that there were a lot of people, and I did notice that he was definitely, you know, gripping my waist side.
Okay.
I actually do.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I do recall him seeing that photo. I had that photo on my desk in the office. And I remember him seeing that photo and saying to me that that was a nice photo, and how he wished that I didn't have my name tag on me. And I don't know what he meant by that.
And how did you get a copy of this photo? How did you get it to put on your desk?
The chamber, they give it to people. So if anyone has their photo, a lot of people ask for their photo with the governor. It's not out of the ordinary.
On your desk, did you have any other photos of you and the governor?
No.
Have you ever posted photos of you and the governor on social media?
Yes. On my Instagram and on my Facebook.
And what photos did you use on your post on your Instagram?
The ones from the Christmas party, I had posted on my Instagram and my Facebook. And I also had a photo of when I was at the mansion with, there's a picture of and the governor that I also posted on my social media.
And when you posted the photos of you and the governor from the holiday party, did you say anything, or did you just post the photo without any text? Or
Yep, I would put a caption, and I believe the caption was holiday party, 2019. And I believe I put the holiday party 2018, but it was just stating where it was.
Did the governor ever give you any gifts?
No, other than the cufflinks to give to my husband.
Were you aware of a birthday party for John Majori in the summer of 2019?
Yes, I attended that birthday party.
And did the governor attend that party?
Yes.
Where was that party?
That was at one of the drive-in movie theaters. I don't remember the particular one.
And did anything of note happen at that party?
No, the governor showed up. I had gone there. I was invited because I was John's assistant, and I was invited through John, and a bunch of us went, and he had said that, the governor might come. He was really excited about that. John had a very close relationship with the governor, said that he considered him almost like to be a brother, and that John was looking forward, that in hopes that he was going to attend. And he did indeed come with Melissa and Stephanie Benton. And
And
he said a speech, and then he left.
and were you or the governor saying anything about you being Mr. Majori's assistant?
He had said that, I think he had said, how do you like working for John or something like that? And then he said, I think he made a comment about that I should, yes, he made a comment, and I said, I work for John. And he said, no, you ultimately work for me. He said, John works for me. And if you work for John, you actually work for me. He did make that comment.
Getting back to the photos you posted on Instagram and Facebook, did you ever use any photos of you with the governor as a profile picture on any social media?
Yes, during the height of the pandemic.
And what?
A lot of the employees that had photos with the governor, a lot of them put the pictures of them with him as their profile picture. And it was a sign that, we were proud to work for the administration. And so I, as well, put up a photo.
And which photo did you use for the profile?
The photo of me and Alyssa and the governor from the holiday party.
And did you make it your profile picture for both Instagram and Facebook, or just one of them?
No, just Facebook. And I put a little border that Facebook had at the time.
And did you ever engage in conduct toward the governor that you would categorize as flirtatious?
I would definitely say that my personality in nature is, I would say, flirty. And so when the governor would, flirt with any of us, and I can say for myself that, yes, I would, engage in maybe flirtatious behavior back. But that's pretty much my nature.
And to describe what that was like, what sort of things you would do or say to flirt back.
I would definitely say that, I'm always, I'm a people pleaser by nature. I definitely don't like conflict. So I'm very friendly. I'm outgoing. I would say that anyone that knows me would say that I'm very outgoing. I also would tell people that I also thought that was one of the reasons why the governor would like me working for him, because I wasn't, so stoic and stiff, that I would laugh. I would, joke back. He would tell a joke and I would say, oh, I have a joke too. That I wasn't afraid to be myself, that sort of thing.
Did you ever make any comments to the governor that had any sexual connotations or sexual innuendo?
No, not that I thought, no.
Do you recall a time where you were in the office with Alyssa where you guys were doing stretches?
Oh, yes. So there was a point when Alyssa and I were doing there on a Saturday, I believe it was. And I have scoliosis in my lower back. So we were working on a project on the floor and I was doing a stretch. And as I was doing a stretch, the governor had come out from his back of his office, because at the time it was just Alyssa and I in the front office. And when he walked out, he kind of went, oh, what's going on out here? And I said that, oh, I'm sorry, we were laughing because it probably looked a certain way, but, I was doing a stretch. So, we just laughed.
What sort of stretch were you doing?
I honestly, I don't remember. I do remember laughing because I can tell you, I have an issue with, and so the joke was that I actually felt like I'd pulled a muscle. So when we were stretching, it was because I was trying to work out like whatever I was feeling in my abdomen. So when he laughed and said, "What are you doing?" I was laughing because it was really embarrassing, the reason why I was doing that. No one wants to tell anyone that you were, and yeah, so that's why we were laughing, because I had shared that with Alyssa.
Did the governor make any comments, any suggestive comments about how you might have injured yourself?
I think he might have made a comment like, "Oh, like, how'd you do that?" or something like that. And I think we started laughing because I wasn't about to tell the governor that I. So I think that between Alyssa and I, that's what we were, laughing about at that moment.
Did you ever have a romantic or sexual relationship with the governor?
No, never.
Did you ever tell anyone that you had a romantic or sexual relationship with the governor?
No, never.
Did you ever tell anyone that you were one of the reasons the governor broke up with?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone that when the governor groped you, he was trying to restart a prior relationship with you?
No.
Did Alyssa ever tell you anything about her interactions with the governor prior to all the recent press stories?
She had shared with me the time that she was doing dictation, and that he, made a comment about her necklace, about I think she had on like a little, whether it was the cross or whether it was the pepper, I'm not sure which one, but she had said that she had noticed that he had looked down her shirt and then had made the comment to her about her necklace. And definitely it was also, so go ahead.
Sorry. And were you going to move on to another topic? Because I just had a couple of follow-up questions.
You can jump in.
Sorry, yeah. So Anne had asked you about whether you had a relationship with the governor. Have you heard
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard anyone else say anything like that? That in fact you had a consensual relationship with the governor, or have you heard anything like that from anyone?
So the only time that I can think of ever having any inkling of that was one night. I would say maybe when I first left my husband, I was out to dinner with a colleague of mine. And I remember we were at dinner and she said to me, she's like, did you ever, she said, did you ever was there anything ever between the two of you or something along those lines? And I remember like popping my head up and I went, wait, what? And I remember saying to her, like, absolutely not. And that was the first time that anyone had ever said anything to me like that. And I said, no. And it's like people that I worked with. And I said, no. I said, not at all. And I said, do people think that? And she said, no. She's like, I always just wondered because he seemed to call on you a lot. And I said, oh. I was like, well, yeah. I was like, well, is that the reason why you thought that? And she said, yeah. She was like, just he always seemed to call on you a lot and always wanted you to do things for him. And I was like, I was taken back by it. And I said, absolutely not. And I really hope that people don't think that because that's not true. And she said, no, she's like, no, like, don't, I didn't mean anything, by it. I didn't mean to startle you. I was asking for my own, curiosity. And I said, okay. And I also remember during my marriage, my husband would always say, I don't like you going down there. And I know what goes on. And, he would say things to me like, I'm sure the governor's trying to touch you. And I remember getting so upset because while he was saying that, I knew what was going on. And I didn't want anyone to think that, I wanted everyone to know that like I did a good job and I worked hard and I liked my job. And at the same time, I knew what he was doing to me. And I felt like I couldn't even share it with my own husband because his words were so harsh. He would call me horrible names. And this just wasn't about the governor's office, might I add. He thought that everyone that knew me was flirting with me. He thought every conversation I had with people, I was flirting with them. When I worked at the county attorney's office for Albany County, anytime an attorney talked to me, he thought that they wanted to sleep with me. So I felt like he was always being judgmental of me. So the only person that actually was saying to me, I don't like you going down there, and I'm sure, the governor's trying to touch you, was my husband. But he also thought that everyone was trying to do that, and that, that my, maybe my flirtatious personality, he didn't like that about me.
The conversation with, when was that about?
That was, I believe it was in January. We went out to dinner to a restaurant, City Line, the two of us. And that was the first time that anyone had ever said anything to me like that.
January of this year.
Yeah.
And the things that your husband would say or did say to you about going to, I don't like you going to the mansion, when was that? Just throughout, or?
That was throughout my relationship with him. He would say, I don't like you going to the mansion. I don't like, you being around the governor. I know what he does, and, I know what goes on down there. I'm sure you're just another, hot young girl. And he also said that the only reason why I was there was because of my looks. That, without my looks, I wouldn't have gotten that job opportunity. He was always putting it in my head that I wasn't smart. Yeah.
Do you know, do you have any personal knowledge, or did you hear of the governor having any with any staff members?
I remember hearing that, I had heard that he had now it was a rumor that was going around. I didn't know personally whether that was true or not. I'd also heard a rumor that maybe he was, once again, I don't know if that was true or not. And then I also heard that maybe him and had something, and that the reason why, that they were as close as they were was because that, they had some kind of.
And who did you hear about from?
It was, I don't remember specifically who, but it was pretty much people that were on the secure side that were close to the inner circle. And, that's where it would come out of.
And people would speculate or say that they thought they were.
Yes.
Anyone who said they had, they had seen anything or had sort of proof, so to speak, beyond just speculating or just being suspicious?
No, no one had any, I would say, proof. There were talks that he would have these movie nights when he would invite some of the inner, I would say, part of the Mean Girl group over to watch a movie. And then that, that some people thought that was a little odd. I don't know, but that's as far as, I knew what people were saying.
How about anyone in particular you remember saying anything about the two of them?
No, I just had heard that she got divorced, and that, that maybe her and the governor, but I never saw it, and nor I don't think anyone had any proof, or not to my knowledge.
And how about
Once again, I didn't have any proof. I don't know if anyone else did. But I definitely noticed being in the office, their behavior towards one another was I thought was a little flirtatious in nature. That I felt as though if anyone else had done that, they would be screamed at, fired. And I was in the office during that whole time, and he never once showed that he was mad at all. Actually, quite the contrary. He was like checking in on her, like, how are you? Like, are you okay? Definitely opposite of what I had seen prior, for people that, have done something to embarrass him. But he definitely treated her differently.
You said your dinner with was the first time someone other than your husband said anything about wondering if there was something going on between you and the governor. Since
Right.
then, other than your husband, who we'll come back to in a bit, anyone else said anything? I heard you had a relationship with the governor or anything along those lines?
No, never. Actually, quite the contrary. I had been told that, we had a small get together. I would say maybe early January, or maybe it was in December. I apologize. I had just joined, and so we had a little like get together at the house, and it was even said, I think it's the one who said it, that each one of us has our own like professional connection with the governor, and that it was known that if anyone ever sensed, especially Stephanie, that you were getting too close to the governor, to where she thought it might be inappropriate or uncomfortable, you were immediately like not going to be asked to work with him. So I never ever thought, that any interactions we had or anything was nothing other than professional on my end. And to the point where if Stephanie or Melissa thought that, like, you were immediately, asked, like you were not to be asked again. So, I mean, that was the first time at the dinner that I ever thought that anyone ever said to me, was there anything going on? And even said, no, not that anything that you were doing. It was just clearly he was asking you to do a lot of things. So quite the contrary. It wasn't anything that I was doing, especially too from that conversation.
And did anyone tell you anyone specific that had gotten too close to the governor, that either Stephanie Benton or Melissa DeRosa had pulled them back to make sure they weren't spending time with the governor?
So I actually asked that question, and the ladies said that they preferred not to say. I said, well, who? And they said that they preferred not to say. I actually, now that I think about it, I didn't know if they were referring to Charlotte. That's the only person that I could think of. But they said to me that they preferred not to say.
And prior to incidents in March, which you're going to get to, did you tell anyone about the governor hugging you or kissing you or groping you?
No.
Did you consider at all reporting it to anyone in the executive chamber?
I knew that I wanted to. The governor had made a comment to me prior to anything coming out, like months prior, saying that, you don't tell Alyssa anything, right? Like anything that I do. And I said, no. And he said, okay, because, I don't trust her. And I just said, oh, like I didn't know if something had happened, like where, I don't know why he would say that he didn't trust her. That was news to me. but he made it clear to me, that was like the first time that he kind of said to me, just, you pretty much keep your mouth shut.
When did
he had this,
go ahead.
no, go ahead.
When did he make that comment about not telling Alyssa anything?
I believe it was definitely maybe February of 2020. It was before the pandemic. Yeah.
Did you have any knowledge of what the procedure would be if you wanted to report it in the executive chamber?
I mean, I wasn't, I didn't really know what would happen if I reported it. I just knew that if I had reported it, that I was probably they were going to try to get me out of there as fast as they could. And I wasn't really aware of the actual procedure, that if I did report it, what would happen.
Did you receive any training where anyone told you what the procedure was?
We definitely do like a sexual harassment training. And we also do like an ethics training, like a work ethics training that I had taken when I first started. Yeah.
And the harassment training, did it cover how to report sexual harassment or what the procedure would be once you did so?
Yes, I believe it did, but it was definitely a very informal thing where it was like, okay, like just sign here, like read that or sign here or watch this and sign here.
So it was video training?
For the sexual harassment, I believe it was a paper,
So
like reading through something.
Did you ever see any sexual harassment policies?
I know that we have a policy on our intranet that we have access to.
And did you ever get any handbooks?
I believe when you first start in the chamber, you're given a bunch of paperwork, but it's not necessarily told to you that, you must read through it.
Did you ever read through it?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, I definitely like glimpsed through my paperwork that I received, but did I, in depth, thoroughly remember what was part of it? I don't recall.
And after the governor started touching you and doing other things that made you uncomfortable, did you go back and check in on any of the policies to see what was there?
No, I did not. I mean, what it comes down to is that, this opportunity for me, was something that working for the governor of the state of New York and being one of his assistants, it meant a lot to me. I remember being a young girl, standing at the bus stop with my grandmother and looking at the Capitol and saying, one day, Grandma, I'm going to work in there. And her, that she would be proud of me. And so, for me, this was definitely an opportunity of a lifetime. And I do enjoy my work. I do enjoy my job. I did, and I have. And what's happened to me is unfortunate and I don't think fair to me. And I definitely knew, that not only did he tell me not to, say anything or share anything with anyone, and it was just definitely also known that, if you say something, odds are, you're going to be the one to go. And I liked my job.
And when was the first time that you actually did say anything to anyone about the governor doing anything inappropriate?
It was definitely when the announcement, he made the press conference that day. I forgot the date. He made a press conference down the hall in the Red Room, and I was sitting at my desk and I was watching it. And he said, in front of the camera, I never inappropriately touched anyone. And, I had told myself that I was going to take this to the grave. That there were conversations about Charlotte, that, could people believe her? did she have any ulterior motives? And I just couldn't be part of those conversations anymore because what she was saying was the truth. Those things actually did happen to me as well. And so it was finally, watching him, I just said, I think my facial expression, and I think I got emotional and, said like, are you okay? And that's when I shared the information. And I have to be honest, I also...
Let me pause it. Sorry, let me stop you right there. Prior to the press conference, when there was the conversations about Charlotte, did you say anything to hint or talk about any of the conduct by the governor?
I definitely had said, that I had known that she had mentioned something happening to her in a different situation. And, that I didn't really engage. I more listened because they were like, oh, is she doing this for other reasons? But no, and I also shared with her that day what had happened to me, almost in a way that I thought she was going to share something similar, that maybe she was also going to say, Brittany, something similar has happened to me. And when she didn't, I just thought, oh, okay, so it's just me, and so I have to share that as well.
So the day of the press conference, you were in your office, the governor was down the hall in the red room.
Yes.
Was anyone else in your office with you?
It was, and no, it was just the three of us.
And you were you watching the press conference?
I was at my desk.
And so walk us through what happened next.
I watched the press conference. He said, what he said. I think I visibly, had emotion come over my face. Had said, are you okay? And I had then, stated with her some of the things that had happened to me. Not all of them, but, some of the things that, he had touched me before. And, I kind of almost took comfort in thinking that she was going to say that similar things had happened to her.
Did you have the conversation in your office?
Yes.
And was present?
She was, yep.
So what incident, and was she part of the conversation or was she away from you? Where was she when you were talking to her?
I believe that she was doing most of the talking and that she was sitting there listening.
And what incidents did you tell them about that first time?
I believe that I had shared that he had, I believe I shared that he had touched my butt and that the groping incident at the mansion.
You told them about the groping incident the first time on the day of the press conference?
As far as I remember, yes.
What else did you tell them about that first day?
I believe that I just shared that, he did indeed, touch me inappropriately. And, and that Charlotte was telling the truth. That I couldn't sit here and listen to that anymore. And, it had been weighing heavily on me and, that these things happened to me.
And what, if anything, did they say when you told them about what had happened to you?
At first, they were in shock and they said, I'm so sorry. And they were, just being not only colleagues, but also friends and asking if I was okay. And, I think they weren't really sure how to respond. I definitely know that they definitely didn't know how to respond.
And how long was the conversation you had with the two of them?
How long?
Yeah, how long was this conversation?
Oh, God, I would say maybe a couple of minutes. And that definitely obviously changed the tone in the room. It was definitely shocking, I think, to them, that they had no idea, that they were sorry.
And after this discussion, what did you do next?
So then I remember I sat back down, and the next day, I was on duty, to do weekend coverage. And they said to me, are you okay to do weekend coverage? And I said, I was going to have to be, this is my job. This is my job. And they said, okay. And then I remember that night at the dinner, I think I expressed to them more about how much it bothered me and how, this was going on. And, it was, that I was going to take it to my grave with me, and that they were, so sorry. And then the next day was when they said to me, Brittany, I think you should, get an attorney. I think that you need to protect yourself. And I said, oh, okay.
I'm going to stop you and break this down a little bit. So the press conference,
Sure.
what day of the week was that?
I believe it was on a Wednesday.
And the dinner was on a Saturday?
Yes.
So Thursday and Friday, did you just go to work and do your usual work?
Yes, I went to work. Definitely a different tone in the room.
And did you have any discussions with them about any of the incidents on Thursday or Friday?
Not that I recall. I do remember, though, at that point that I was starting to, open up about what had happened to me, that I was taking comfort in knowing that they were, listening to me. And, I had asked or if anything similar had happened to them. Like, we were almost confiding in one another. And said, well, there are definitely conversations, that the governor and I would have that crossed a line of professionalism. And I said, well, did he ever touch you? And she said, no. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, oh. And then that was it. And I asked, but did anything happen like this to you? And she told me no.
And at the dinner, this was for Alyssa McGrath's birthday?
Yes.
Who was present for the dinner?
It was Alyssa, myself, a couple of her other friends, and came a little later.
And when they came, is that when you were told that you had worked at the mansion that day instead of you?
Yes, that's when they told me. Mm-hmm.
And did she tell you what she worked on that day?
She said that she worked on some confidential things, and I didn't really ask what they were.
And you said at the dinner you opened up a bit more. Was that at the dinner at the table with everybody, or did you step away, or where did you have that conversation?
I was at the end of the table sitting next to her, and she was on the other side of the table, and it was very loud in the restaurant. So the three of us, we were just talking, and no one else could hear us.
Did you ever step outside to talk with them, continue the conversation?
No, at one point, and I had gone to the bathroom, and we were talking in the bathroom, and she was just saying how, sorry she was, and, that she, just sharing that she was there for me.
And on Saturday at the dinner, did they talk to you at that point about seeing a lawyer, or did that happen later?
Said, why don't you come over tomorrow for breakfast? And I said, okay. And I went over there with my boyfriend, and we were there, and boyfriend. And that's when they said, Brittany, you should get an attorney. And, because the governor definitely doesn't know what you're going to do. And you're a liability to him, and he could fire you. And in that moment, I mean, here I am going through a divorce, and I'm single and paying my own bills. I'm not getting any child support or anything. And the word fired, I was like, me fired for what? And they said, Brittany, if you're a liability to him. You need to protect yourself. So I said, oh, okay. And it was very quick, and they got Brian on the phone, and I met with him that afternoon.
And up until the time you met with Mr. Primo, had anyone from the executive chamber spoken to you, or to your knowledge, the other executive assistants, to find out if they had any experiences with the governor that were similar to Charlotte Bennett's or Lindsey Boylan's?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I do know that after our conversation on Sunday, and came with me to Brian's office, I think that they must have, they were under the assumption that if you know of anything, you should report it. And I think that they had said to me that we are going to, I think we're going to report it to the AG's office tomorrow. And I said, okay. And so I was under the assumption that that's what they were going to do. And the next day when I went into work, they actually informed me that morning they reported it to the internal chamber counsel, I believe, which is Beth Garvey and Judy. And I didn't know that. And I just said, okay, if that's what they needed to do, if that's what it said to do, then I understood. And then next thing you know, they said to me, oh, we told them that he had slammed you up against the wall. And I said, no. I said, I never said that, and that never happened. Like, he didn't slam me up against a wall. So please, like, that's not what happened. And they said, oh, well, we must have misunderstood you. And I said, oh, well, that's not what happened. And the next thing you know, the article comes out in the Times-Union.
Did tell you what, if anything, Beth Garvey or Judy Mogul said to them when they reported what the governor had done to you?
They had told me that they had, disclosed to them what they knew, and that Beth and Judy were understanding and said that nothing was going to happen to them, and to let me know that nothing was going to happen to me, that I was protected.
Did either Miss Garvey or Miss Mogul come and speak to you?
Never, no.
Did anyone else from the executive chamber reach out to you to ask you directly what happened?
No.
Are you familiar with an entity called GOER?
I am familiar with it, yes.
Did anyone from GOER ever reach out to you to ask you what happened?
No.
After that first Times-Union article came out, did you speak to anyone else about what had happened to you?
After the article had come out, obviously people that, knew me, like, I think Alyssa had asked me, Brittany, did this happen? And, I said that it did, yes, that happened. And I think she had asked me, why didn't you tell me, or why didn't you say anything? And I had told her, why I didn't say anything to anyone. But I would say that at the time, I just was a little shocked that it had gone out so quickly. I didn't know where it came from. It didn't come from me. And it kind of smacked me in the face a little bit.
And when Alyssa asked if that was true, did she tell you anything more about anything that happened between her and the governor?
No. Mm-mm.
Did anyone else reach out to you and say, hey, is that you that was in that article, or anything like that?
I do remember, I would say some people might have assumed it was me and just had sent me a text message, maybe just showing whether it was like a few days later. I'm sure people talked people talk amongst themselves. In the beginning, I actually didn't respond to any of them. And one of those people was Charlotte Bennett. A couple of days after, she had reached out to me I never responded.
Did you ever speak to Charlotte?
No.
And if you could turn to tab 13 in your binder.
Yeah.
What is this document?
That's the text message from Charlotte.
Did you ever, you can put that aside. Did you ever hear from Lindsay Boylan?
No.
Did you ever hear from anyone else whose name you've seen in the press who's made allegations about the governor?
No.
Have you spoken to any other friends or family about what happened since the story first came out?
I mean, I definitely, my boyfriend had questions when the article, came out. I know that we had given my ex-husband a courtesy call, letting him know. And when that was disclosed, my husband, my ex-husband, soon to be ex-husband, was supportive, said that he had never been more proud of me than he was at that moment. That anything I needed, that he was there for me. At the time, he showed me nothing but support.
Did you talk to any other friends or family about it?
I obviously, disclosed to my boyfriend, that, obviously he's close to me. And I didn't share anything with anyone at that moment. No.
Has anyone else at work made any comments to you or asked you any questions about it?
No, not really. They definitely, we try to not really talk about it outside of, obviously they were in the room, but really no one else other than some of the folks reaching out to me via text message, saying that they support me or that they're here for me.
And do you still have those text messages of people who reached out to say that they supported you?
Yeah.
Okay. I know you guys are in the process of gathering documents for us, so I was just curious about that.
Yep.
So since all this came out, what's work been like for you?
Work has definitely been interesting. I have my good days and my bad days. I have continued to report to work, as I always have. The governor has not been in the office at all. I go and I sit at my desk with most of the time. No one really comes in and out of there. I haven't really been doing much. I haven't been asked to do anything, any dictation. I haven't really been asked to put together any meetings. If anything, I'm just copied on meeting invitations as a notice or a courtesy. I'm not doing much. Work is a lot different for me.
Has Stephanie Benton given you any assignments since this all became public?
Not really, no. She'll maybe send an email here and there to gather some people for a conference call for the governor. But other than that, no.
Have you had any conversations with the Albany Police Department?
I have not, no.
Since the allegations came out, has anyone from the executive chamber asked you directly or asked indirectly about your relationship status?
Yes. I was made aware that Beth Garvey had asked Lauren Grasso at a time what my status was with my ex-husband, if I was going to get back together with him. And my understanding from the conversation was that Lauren said, no, absolutely not. Definitely not that she was aware of. And she's also a friend of mine. So I think she said I would know. And Beth just said, oh, okay.
So Lauren told you about this conversation?
Yes.
And when was it that Beth Garvey was asking if you were going to be getting back with your husband?
I would say I don't know the exact time or date. I think that's something that Lauren would know, but definitely in the beginning when all of this came out.
So as things were coming forward, as Beth Garvey heard about it and it was around that time?
From my personal, yes.
You heard of anyone else from the executive chamber asking anything about your relationship status?
The only person that I'm aware of is Beth Garvey.
So you said that when you first gave your husband a heads up, he was supportive.
Yeah.
Have you had conversation? I don't want to get too much into your relationship, but any conversations with your soon-to-be ex-husband where he's had further discussions with you about you and the governor?
Ever since that we gave him the heads up as a courtesy, he had shown me nothing but support, even to the point of randomly showing up at my apartment one day to come in and give me a hug, which I said, can you please leave? I didn't invite him over. Anything I needed, I have text messages from him saying that anything I need, let him know that he's there for me. It wasn't until I think he found out that I had moved on was when he changed his tune.
And when you say that you moved on, that he found out you had a boyfriend?
Correct.
And since then, what sort of things, if anything, has your soon-to-be ex-husband said about you and the governor?
It's been horrible. He has said that I actually have him on a recording saying that I told them, everyone knows, about the two of you and just implying that, he knows that we had an affair and that he says on the recording, and I told them I wasn't going to do that scumbag Cuomo's dirty work, that he had multiple attorneys telling him that he should have filed fault-based in Supreme Court and based on adultery, and he didn't, that he wasn't going to do that scumbag Cuomo's dirty work. And he says twice that, and I told them, he said, and they know, I told them. And where I say, are you saying that you've been speaking with the Cuomo people? And I think he catches himself and he immediately says, I never said that. I never said that. And you can tell, his whole tone, certain words that he uses are not what he has used before. He has asked if I wanted him to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and that was it was going to quote unquote cost me in our marital situation because he refuses to pay me child support. Where this non-disclosure agreement comes from, that's not a wording that he would use. It's also not a wording that his matrimonial attorney has ever said to mine. I can only assume that that's coming from the, Cuomo's attorneys or his people. I definitely feel like in the beginning, I was hearing rumors that he was saying that we were having an affair and that was going to be his defense. Obviously, that's not true. And I feel as though that Beth Garvey was asking about my relationship status to see if that was a route that they could take to try to meddle in my divorce, to try to get to quote unquote do his dirty work. And that if he filed in Supreme Court a fault-based adultery, that would help the governor. And I think that it's absolutely disgusting.
You said you'd heard a rumor that he was going to say that there was a relationship, and you said that was the governor?
Yes, that I had heard that the governor was going to say that we had an affair. And I also heard from someone that there was a rumor saying that when I had asked to move into the governor's mansion and that he had said no, and that this was me, some kind of retribution for him saying that. And I have no idea where that would come from. I've never once said that, nor would I ever. I'm even afraid to use the restroom in the office on the first floor, let alone ever ask to move into the mansion. So while this is all going on, these rumors are going around and being told to me. And now I'm learning that they were possibly trying to work with my ex-husband to try to get him to what he says, do his dirty work.
Who told you about the rumors that the governor was going to say that he had a relationship with you?
She had worked in the communications department. She had said that some folks in the communications department, Brittany, I just want to give you a heads up. Like, these are the things that, that the rumors that are going around, that the governor is saying this or he's going to say that. And here I am. I feel like I'm up in a corner fighting a professional fighter, that like, here I am. And these things are possibly being said about me that are not true.
And did she say who in the communications department was talking about these things?
She did not.
And who told you that there was a rumor that you asked to move into the executive mansion?
Had said that someone in the communications department had mentioned that. And that was the first time I had ever heard that. And I said, what? And, here the governor's people are saying on camera, oh, Brittany, not my name, but, the people are being protected and the ones that are working there, there's no, nothing being done to them. And here I am, these rumors are being told to me, and it's that is a form of retribution. I mean, just.
Who does she work with in the communications department?
She's actually since left because she had shared with me that she couldn't take it anymore. So she no longer works there.
Is she working someplace else now, or?
Yes, I believe she's working somewhere else in the state. I'm not sure where, though.
Do you have contact information for her?
I don't have her cell phone number or anything. I apologize.
That's okay. When she was still in the communications department, who did she work with?
I don't really know any of their names. I don't really know a lot of the people in the communications department. I apologize. That's why I was a little confused, because I don't really work closely with them.
And the conversation with your husband that you were just talking about, that you said you recorded, when did that conversation take place?
It took place not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before. And I only did that because my marital attorney had said to start tape recording any kind of conversations with him, because two weekends prior, while exchanging something from a Price Chopper parking lot, he had started to say hurtful things in front of me. And one of them was, "I can't wait for you to be taken away in an orange jumpsuit." And I said, "For what?" And he said, "For perjury." And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Oh, I know that you had an affair with the governor." And I said, "That's not true, and I would appreciate if you would stop."
And he said that in front of you?
Yes.
And the conversation you recorded, you have that tape or the recording?
I do. Mm-hmm.
How long is that conversation?
The whole thing is 10 minutes. But the part that he says at the end is about 2 minutes, when he talks about, I'm not going to do that scumbag Cuomo's dirty work.
Okay. I see Marco appearing on the screen. I suspect that we're hitting the end of a media unit.
Can I just ask one follow-up question? Do we have time?
Yeah, I think so.
The conversation, when was that about?
That was about, I would say, a month ago, right before she left. She had run into me in the hallway after I'd gone to the restroom, and she said, "How are you doing? Brittany, like, I'm here for you. I support you." She said, "A lot of people support you. You have no idea." And I said, "Well, thank you for sharing, because at times I feel, alone. I haven't really talked to many people." And she said, "Well, I have to tell you, like, these are the rumors that they're trying to say." And I just stood in the hallway, and my face was just complete shock. Like, what do you mean? Like I said, "Who said this? Like, where did they get it from?" Like, I was trying to get information. And she said that it was just, she didn't tell me exactly who, but that was the rumor.
And that's the only conversation you've had with.
Correct. Yes.
Can I ask one last question before we go to the break?
Yep.
Your husband mentioned a non-disclosure agreement. Is there any discussion about non-disclosure agreements between you and your husband in the divorce proceeding, or?
No, I actually have that conversation on recording as well.
Right.
That was a conversation that we had in person when I turned on my recorder, and he said, when you want me to do a non-disclosure, correct? And I said, no, why would I? And he says, well, you don't want me talking to the media, right? And I said, if you're going to talk to the media, you could have, at any moment, I have nothing that I wouldn't want you to disclose. And he said, oh. And he said, I think he was a little taken back by me saying that I don't need you to. And then I think, and I have that on recording as well.
So, but there's actually no signing of any NDAs or anything like that?
No, there's never have I brought it up. Never have I asked him to. No.
Okay, why don't we take a break? Margo, if you can take us off.
I'm sorry, stand by.
I
Want to go off the record for this?
Yeah, when we go off the record, we can talk about this.
Stand by. This is the end of media unit number 3. We are now off the record at 4:41 p.m. This is the beginning of media unit number 4. We are now on the record at 4:51 p.m. Back from break.
But before we get to the recording with your husband, by the way, were you able to make arrangements to get picked up?
yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Did anyone else, either or anyone else, ever tell you any other thing they'd heard about what the governor was planning or might say in response to what's come out about what happened to you?
All that I know is that some of the media outlets had, either given my attorney, I had quote unquote heads up that this was, this might come out from their camp, in defense, that, they were having an affair, or to try to say that it was somewhat consensual.
And have you heard any other theories as to what defense the governor might try?
No. Other than that was the main one.
And were you able to queue up the recording with your husband?
Yeah.
Okay, can you play that for us?
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
And I will only introduce when I feel it's appropriate.
Well, when you do, guess what? I'm going to start playing different cards too. So I would advise that you just do your 7 days night. Maybe I'll file a full face second, and I'll go put everything in there.
If you're threatening me, I'm taking this as a threat.
I'm just telling you, I might just pull my whole lawsuit against you and file full face.
Well, then I will do something against you and say that you're harassing me.
How am I harassing you?
This is really absurd. This is really absurd.
Listen, you're not an assault victim. You're not an assault victim. So keep that in mind. If you score money, I'm happy for you. That's good for you in the long run. You might score money because you might be timed just right. You might be timed just right. You might score a couple bucks on this. But know that everybody who knows you're the biggest liar in New York State. Okay? Just know that much. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself.
Don't fool yourself that people respect you.
Okay. Anyways.
Because the way you're treating me is horrible. It's
Oh, it's horrible.
horrible.
It's horrible. You cheated on me for 2 fucking years with a man twice your age.
I never.
Smart guy, you, by the way. It got you, in the end, you thought you were going to up your status. I remember those conversations. I'm going to up my status.
I never said that. I never said that.
You lost all your overtime.
I never
You're in
said
a
that.
crummy little apartment.
Frank, you have no idea what you're talking about. I would appreciate if you would stop slandering my name.
I'm not slandering your name.
You
You've
are.
done plenty yourself to slander your name.
You're slandering my name, and I would appreciate it if you would please stop. And please. It sounds like you are. It sounds like you are.
Okay. Well, listen, you got plenty of people. You know, Brittany, I'm going to do you one favor, and then I'll leave. You just call me at any time. This is the end of the conversation. You don't know how much they know about you and how much they're talking about you on the other side. They know everything about you, whether you realize it or not.
I don't know what you're
guys
talking
so
about.
far up your ass, they know everything about you. Okay? And I'm not going to go do that scumbag Cuomo's dirty work for him. Okay? Just to let you know. I'm not. And I've told them so much. I'm not doing it. Okay? I filed whatever, no fault, whatever. I just want to get divorced that night. Guys, I'm not going to go help this guy who's for 2 years. And I told them so much. They know. Okay?
So you've been talking to them.
So far up your ass, you don't even know. And I'm going to leave it at that. They got PIs on you back to when you were a fucking kid. They know which way you move, left, right, up, down. And maybe at some point, if you had a smart attorneys, you would start picking up on the water you're in. Take water. But you might be timed right. You might go sport by a couple $100,000. Good for you. Okay? I'm going to leave it at that. Call me when you're outside. I'll have to sign your text.
So you're saying that you've been talking to the Cuomo people?
I'm not saying anything. I'm giving you good advice. You got to watch yourself. Okay?
So you're telling me that you've spoken to the Cuomo people?
I haven't spoken to them. No, I have not. I've not spoken to them.
You just said you did.
No, you did not. I said I'm not doing their dirty work for them. When they got to dirty you up, that's on them. That's their call.
You just said that they've had PIs on me.
They know everything about you.
Right, but
I'm not going to tell you that. They know everything about you.
how would you know that?
It's good. He knows his way around this town. Why don't you go talk to him? Goodbye. Call me when you're outside. Just send your taxes.
Does your soon-to-be ex-husband have any connections with anyone in the Cuomo administration? I know he comes from a political family.
Yeah, he actually went to Albany Academy 2 years behind Melissa DeRosa, and I believe the same year as her brother.
And when you guys were together, did he have any contact with Melissa DeRosa or her brother?
He would have lunch occasionally with.
Is there anyone else in the administration he had any connections with?
No.
And did he ever tell you who he might be speaking to these days in the Cuomo administration?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And I don't want to get too much into your divorce, but what stage is the divorce in?
So I found out that he had filed in Supreme Court. I believe the filing is some point in February. I did not know that. I had hired my attorney to do a separation agreement first. It was not until after the fact that my attorney let me know that there had indeed been something filed in Supreme Court, and I had not been served yet. I was actually served last Wednesday.
And was this a no-fault proceeding, or was this something alleging any allegations about you, or?
No, it was no fault, just breakdown of the marriage. I believe it was over a period of 6 months. And this past Friday, I was forwarded a letter from the attorney in regards to the topic of introducing a significant other to our, and if I was in agreement that I wouldn't introduce. We have nothing in writing at the moment. And in paragraph 3, his attorney states that believes that there was a consensual relationship with Andrew Cuomo, and that in the letter it says that I had tried to introduce to the governor several times, which is absolutely false. The only time that has ever met the governor was actually the one time at that Easter event, and there's a photo to prove it. So, and that was a letter that was forwarded to me on Friday, this past Friday.
And forgive me, I don't do matrimonial. Is there some period of discovery that'll be taking place, or do you know what the schedule's supposed to be?
I'm not sure. I know that my attorney has a certain time period to respond, in which she is going to respond this week. She also said that she wants to respond that not only
And I know you're pulling together documents for us. If we could,
Yeah.
we don't want to get into the business of your divorce, but anything where your husband is talking about these allegations involving the governor, if you could include
sure.
that, this letter, the recordings where there's discussion, making allegations against you and the governor.
Is that a letter? Sorry, is that letter something that the other side's lawyers have filed, or is it just a letter sent to your lawyer?
It was just a letter sent from my husband's marital attorney to mine, with the topic was pretty much and why the governor is brought in on paragraph 3 is beyond me. Also, it has been relayed to me that his attorney has tried to get my attorney to talk about what's going on at work, and my marital attorney will not. That has nothing to do with that situation. They're completely two separate things, and that she's actually made it a point to tell me how much they keep talking about it. I'm not sure if that's for gain, personal gain, and whether or not there's also some communications with him in the governor's office for the governor's personal gain. I'm not sure, but
What's the name of his attorney?
I believe I can pull it up on my phone if
Sure.
you don't mind.
Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be great.
So in terms of court filings to date, it's just a no-fault divorce filing that his lawyer has made. Since then, though, his lawyer has sent your lawyer letters making allegations relating to the governor, presumably as a threat to amend or something or make it public. Do I have a fair understanding of what's going on?
Yes, that is my understanding. That, I mean, this was never brought into it before, nor should it. And all of a sudden it's being brought in every which way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
Where does he work?
He works for Albany County.
June, do you have anything else?
No, I think that covers it for me.
I do want to. I'm sorry. I do want to say one thing on the record. I do want to clarify. I have been talking about this, as you know, for the past couple of months. In regards to the incident at the mansion, I do want to clarify that it is correctly stated what had happened. You know, when he came around from the desk, and he came up to me. And, that's when he pulled me close to him. And I said that, you're going to get us in trouble. And that's when he slammed the door. And that's when he came back and said, I don't care. And then that's when he put his hand up my shirt. I just wanted to get that clear.
Is there anything else you want to make sure we get clear that you think you have any concerns about whether we got it accurately?
I mean, in the beginning, when he had said to me, you can never tell anyone, the things that have gone on, I could get in big trouble. I mean, I took that as a threat.
And is there anything else, including things that we didn't necessarily cover today, that you just want to say on the record while you have this opportunity?
I mean, on the record, I just want to say that I believe that, I was taken advantage of.
Okay, well, we thank you for taking the time today and before. It's nice to be able to see your face this time while we're talking, and you can see the people
Thank
you're
you.
talking to. I know your lawyer's working on documents, but we really appreciate this, and might have some follow-up questions, but hope that we won't take up another big chunk of your time.
Okay, I thank you very much.
Yeah, and if you hear anything else, like either through your husband or your divorce lawyers or things that you think are relevant where, the issue of the governor is raised, again, if you can tell your lawyer and they can communicate it to us, or if anyone else tries to reach out to you, please get in touch with us.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
We are off the record at 5:07 p.m. and this is the end of the recorded interview of witness May 17th, 2021. The total number of media units used was 4 and will be retained by Veritex New York.